start your engines. Or start the stream, at least. As long as everything's up and running. All right. No idea if there's anybody even watching. I don't get updated with concurrent viewers as often as I think YouTube will update the client side. They don't want to give me false hope, I think. All right. So today I want to work on polishing the feature for multi-blocks. So the very beginning of this stream, I want to have as a sort of tutorial. And because everybody's going to be like, well, how do you build this thing? Because right now, like, the help in the game is, there's no way to, like, submit, there's no way to put, like, images in the help in this, right? If you're just looking up some random thing, I don't know how images go in here, right? There's some, because these are actually little rendered things. There's no icons in this game. So these are little miniature versions of the thing rendered, like 3D rendered. And so it's the system that does that. I have not touched at all. So I don't know the best way of kind of showing players how to build this thing. Right now, like, it's really rough and raw, but the multi-block is relatively straightforward. So if we, first of all, you have, I'm super used to all the vintage, all the hightail commands now. So we have this creosote oven incomplete. This will have a string. I'll localize all this stuff later. But this is your core. This is going to be the creosote oven core block that you craft, or there's going to be a conversion recipe that will take the one that's currently in the game, which is it's a different block code, and there would be a simple conversion recipe to turn it into one of these cores, and then I'll basically remove the old one eventually. As soon as people, like, I'll let everybody know, like, convert them all over, rebuild the thing, like, please, like, don't leave it hanging. But what you do is you put the core down, like that, right? And again, I'm not an artist or a 3D modeler, so it would take me 10 times longer to make anything cool looking. But this is kind of the core of the creosote oven, and then you smack it with a wrench, and you have things. Now, this is bug number 1 that I want to address today. These should not be gray. These should actually have color, and I don't know why they don't have color. So that's one thing we're going to look at today. Is we're going to look at why these things aren't taking the highlight color they should. Is there a bug in the highlight system that's doing that? I don't think so, but it seems to be a bug. Maybe it's too high of an alpha. I don't know. But basically, you have that. And if you look at these, this one is a little darker than that one, right? A little darker than that one. So why is that? Well, one of these, I think it's the back one, is the fluid, and the front one is the item. Okay. Then you smack the thing again, and lo and behold, you can see the red one works, right? The red works, which is nice. I like that. And then you have the gray, which, you know, it makes sense that these would be the blue-gray blocks. And then the red is this block. That's the interaction block, right? Do I not have my I'm trying to, there we go. So that's the interaction block. That's an important block, right? That's a very important block. So the other areas here are items. So as you see, we don't have access to the core block anymore to smack it with a wrench. That's what the interaction block does. The interaction block acts as a sort of bridge to validate and form the multi-block. So with this thing, you just smack this thing with the wrench. And now we have a full layer of brick. And if I get the wrench here and I smack it again, we have the final layer, which we have an item thing right in the middle. And we have these things on the outside. Okay? Once it's done, and I know this is done, I mean, there could be many, many layers. This is just the example. Once it's done, you smack it again, and it will form the multi-block. It'll basically swap all those blocks for the dummy blocks, and then basically form the multi-block. So we should be able to smack that, and boom, everything switches over, and all is right with the world. It's big and ugly and square for a reason. I needed something that was very, very simple, and this was very simple. So, but this block could literally be anything, right? This could be a crazy shaped block, whatever. The other thing I need to do is redo the textures here because these are not accurate anymore, right? There should be a port there. There should be a fluid port there. That looks like an item. I can't remember which shape is which. If the circle was the item or the fluid. I think the circle was supposed to be the fluid. So, let's see. No, I didn't do that. Of course, it's fucking nighttime again. Night, for some reason, lasts forever in this game. It just takes so long. Like, I really need a way in the game to pause the sun, right? And not break the game. Because if you pause time in this game, the problem is it pauses time for everything, right? You cannot cook food. You can't smelt. You can't do diddly squat because it pauses time for everything. All I want is the sun to get up and then stop. I want it to stay noon, always, but still, simulate things. Those two systems should be untethered. Okay. So that is the forming of the multi-block, and if you want to break it, you just break it and it resets it. There will be some bugs. I guarantee you there will be some bugs, but this is still really rough and raw, but this should be fairly ready to go, because if you have this thing formed and you right click it, there's the creosote oven. It is a creosote oven. And in this finished form, right, it's the same block entity as the creosote oven. It's literally the same block entity, right? So it acts as a creosote oven. Now there's probably a bug where if there's something in here right now, if there's fuel and there's actually stuff in here, and you break it, it probably won't drop the things, right? Because when you break the multi-block and it unforms, I don't break the core, I just swap the block with something else, right? There's two variants of the block. There's an incomplete and a built. And right now it's in the built stage, which has this shape. When I break it, it goes to the incomplete variant, and it has the small shape. And that's just a really dead simple way of doing it. It's just like, you just swap the shape. Okay, so bug one that I want to look at is why most of the highlight colors are not working. They should be working. So we want to look into that. And I don't know if it's an alpha. Hey, Oz. One thing that I never can remember, when something has an alpha channel, to make something more opaque, does that require a high alpha or a very low alpha?
I think low, but I'm not 100% sure on that either.
This is what catches me all the time too. It's just like, is it one or the? God, look at I need to eat. So yeah, hunger is another thing I want to turn off. When I'm testing. But yeah, so bug one is the highlight colors. Bug two possibly is the dropping of things when the exchange block is set. And issue 3 is which faces have access. I keep hitting tab to open my inventory. I swear to God, I'm just like, my muscle memory is just, it's atrophied. So I have some item pipes here, right? And so the bottom here, that should see that's an item, right? I think the item, yeah, there should be one there as well. So these are not seeing this as a connectable block, right? So we need to fix that, as well as the top and the fluid in the back. And the texture, the shape, like, if anybody out there is like really good at this shit, please, like, reach out and help, because I would rather work on the code to make the thing work and spend, 10 hours on that than spend 20 hours on making it look pretty, because it would take me so long to sit and grind out what somebody might be able to spit out in no time flat, right? So it's like, I don't know. I'm just inefficient at it. There are some people that are just really good at that kind of thing. Okay, so this, I need to retexture this as well. Yeah, the whole thing just needs to be redone. Okay, so bug number. Well, let's look at this. Since I have the code up, we can do multi-block behavior. So this is the behavior that's really running the show here, where there's a trigger validation, and this is the thing that highlights the parts. This is a thing that will eventually have, or that will eventually render the ghost blocks, and they will have all the mini dimension stuff. If I can fucking unpack what that is, it's all very confusing. But this thing validates everything, and will swap the blocks, right? So if we're client, we will clear the highlights. Otherwise, the server will swap the blocks, because the client, like the block swap process, the client doesn't need to do that because the server is the thing that controls everything. And then the new core is where the exchange block happens. Right? So we grab the code with variant of of us, right? This is the multi-block behavior, which is on the core. So the core has the multi-block behavior on it. And so we look at the state and we go to built. We say, hey, what is the built state? What's the block code of that? And it grabs it and then exchanges the block of us, right? We're exchanging ourself to that. And so that exchange block, we need to figure out when the multi-block is broken, we need to dump the inventory in some way. So let's see. What is the best way to do that? See, here's the on block broken. We clear the highlights. I always clear highlights just because it's the best thing to do. We grab the core, right? We figure out where the core is. We swap blocks with okay, yeah. So this swap blocks is the thing that swaps all of our blocks. String side, okay, and then here's the new core and here's the exchange block. So this process set a block at a given position without calling on block removed or on block placed, which prevents any block entity from being removed or placed. That's an important note. Prevents any block entity from being removed or placed. Right? So the block entity still exists for the core. So if we go back here and we put a core down, right, and we interact with it, I keep hitting tab when I do that, right? Right clicking on this doesn't do anything. It's not doing anything, right? So I think the block entity still exists. I think I intercept it and say, hey, if we're not built, right? If our state is not built, just ignore the interaction, right? But then it checks to see if there's a wrench and stuff, and it'll call the multi-block system when that happens. Okay, so in here we want. Oh, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Just hopefully he knows how to get rid of this cough. So yeah, world.get block. So this multi-block behavior, we have core. That's the position. So is there get block? Is there an elegant way? Because here's the block entity for the creosote oven. MB entity core. Okay. So this entity core is the core block. It's the core block entity. This thing has an inventory. So what we could do public override inventory, and then the core here is overriding, or it should override all of that inventory stuff. Yeah, inventory. So generally speaking, inventories do have a way of dropping everything. So let's see if I can figure this out. Where am I going? Multi-block behavior. Okay, so we want VEMB entity core entity equals world.get block. Oh, I need a block accessor. block accessor dot get block entity of type VEMB core at core position. Okay. So if core entity does not equal null, core entity dot inventory dot drop all, and then we can do by player dot entity dot position dot to vector. I thought you could do block position. Oh, that's entity position dot to dot position dot as block position dot to vector 3D. Is it? Do I need a 3D? Yeah. Dot to vector 3D. And it max dash size 0. Okay. So this core entity dot inventory dot drop all is going to try to drop all the items in the world, but where do we want to drop them? That's important. If you drop them where the core is, everything's going to be buried inside all the blocks of the multi-block, right? And can we do this? Yeah, there we go. So core entity dot inventory question mark says, hey, only run the next thing if this thing is not null. If inventory is null, don't drop all, because that's bad. Don't do that. So only do this command when it's not null. So let's see. We're going to hot reload that, which I love that feature, by the way. So we're going to put some gubbins. Let's put some fuel right in. Let's put 32 fuel. If I could get that looking right. There's fuel. Boom. Fuel. Okay. So now when we break it, we should pick up 32 charcoal. Boom. There it is. Because it basically dropped it at our feet. That's what it did. It dropped it at our feet. So anything that's in there will drop at our feet. All right. So bug number 1 is good to go. Let's reform that baby. And let's just verify that the charcoal is gone. Boom. Right? The block entity did not get scrambled. The block entity of the creosote oven was not removed. It just, the drop all was just like, just drop all your inventory, right? And I could introduce like a reset or something like that if the machine is doing something, important at that moment. But those are minor bugs. I'd consider them minor bugs and just just minor issues at this point. So anyway, now we have this. The texture, yeah. I mean, everybody who says this thing is like blocky and ugly, I get it. But hey, if you've worked to make this look better and you're not sharing it with me, that's on you. How many hundreds and hundreds of hours do I have coding this thing if you can't just submit a 3D model? I mean, there are people out there that are posting screenshots where they've redone a bunch of the machines and stuff, and I'm like, wait, what? Why aren't you submitting those to improve the mod? Like, what's going on? Okay. So bug number 1 is good to go. Now, I just want to verify I don't have any other pipes. Yeah, see, I don't want any other pipes in the world. No other pipes. Somebody is also claiming that there's a bug with the pipes that I have to look into. That's another bug. They claim that there's a crash, which is bad. So I do need to look into that. Okay. So pipe-wise, let's look at... we don't need those in my inventory anymore. I want fluid pipes down there and item pipes right here. Okay. So the pipe system, we're really having to shift gears here. We're pivoting away from all the multi-block infrastructure, and we're going to move into the pipe system, right? Which is a whole new ball game. So we want to look at pipes, item pipes first. All right, so there's a can connect to. So there's a huge, like, all of these things. These are there's a ton of exceptions here. I'm sure this list has gotten even bigger as they're adding things, because it's, you know, in the base, it's basically looking for a block entity container, right? It just wants a block entity container. But there's a lot of things that have that. There's a lot. So I mean, it's the same interface that a chest has, that, you know, the cheese wheel has, because the cheese is essentially a container that contains 4 slices. It's just the way the system is built. So I had to add a huge amount of exceptions in here. Okay, and then the barrel is one of those, like, you can only connect to a certain face of the barrel, right? So it's just all convoluted. Okay, so I need to know what this thing is looking at. So we're going to put a breakpoint here. And then we're going to go back to game. Okay, and we're going to put... I believe there was supposed to be a connection right there. So we're going to put one of these here. And then we're going to... Come on. Stop. I don't know why the code has to be called 12 times. Just run it, for Christ's sakes. I honestly don't know why it has to run it many times. It's weird. It's just something the game does. Okay, so now when we place it, I wanted to isolate it so it only looked at this, right? There's no way to, like, delay the call. It's just like the moment you click it, it's gonna do it. So okay, so target is east. Target position, okay, is block multi-block. So that would have been... So target would be VEMB dummy item east. So the item, it is seeing... So the dummy item, or the dummy block, is the right thing. Right? It is the right thing. That's awesome. And so this returns false. Okay. So now let's pause that and go in here. I might have to eventually reprogram or restart the thing. Hot reload can only get you so far. I love it. It's awesome, but okay, so the target VE multiblock, multiblock, this is base game multiblock stuff. Okay, so this is like I block entity container. Okay, so what we need to then look at VE multi-block checks. So this is new code if target is VE. Is this a block? Target is a block. VE MB dummy. Okay. This is the block. This is the thing we're looking at. If this thing is a dummy, okay, target is VEMB dummy there's a way to do, yeah, target is VEMB dummy, target dummy. So this, I think, will cast target to this variable if this is true. I'm pretty sure it will. Okay, so we need to check what, like, this is item pipe. So we need to check to see, first of all, is the block item, is the dummy block of type item? And I need to look at in here, vintage engineering mod, assets, vintage engineering, block types, multi-block, VEMB dummy. Yep. Okay. So the variant group is just IO. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to say string variant IENT. I think it's variant. I think it is. Yeah, VARIANT. String variant equals target dummy dot variant of IO. Okay. Variant involves block type will not throw null pointer exception when the code does not exist, but return null instead. Not set for entities. Okay. So target dummy dot variant IO. What is the variant of this block? God, I really hate. I know everybody out there hates it too, but I just, this cough, this crud, it's just, it's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Okay, so the variant, we're pulling target dummy dot variant. If variant equals Jesus, I have my fat fingered a key, item, right? This is the item pipe, right? So we want to make sure that this thing is legit. Are you basing this off any Minecraft mods? It's It's inspired by immersive engineering. Which I state in the very first sentence of the mod DB page, if anybody actually reads those. If somebody never reads the description of a mod and just downloads it based on pretty pictures, there's not much I can do about that. But yeah, in the very first sentence of the mod page, this is inspired by immersive engineering. It's inspired by, just the base, like, place, loop, basically. Okay, so obviously the APIs are not the same, and they're not directly compatible, so there's no code or anything like that. It's just based on that. So if variant equals item, then we either return true, or we pass this call to the actual entity, right? Because the dummy should have wait, what are you doing? We're gonna do hot reload F9, back to game, place. Target is VEMB dummy. This should pass this time, right? So target dummy then has all of my code, right? It has all of my variables regarding the multi-block here, which is a lot of things because it's also a block, of course. So it has a bunch of variables. I don't know if it's just freaking alphabetical order, so variant then should be item, right? Boom. Variant is item. So now, what is our block position? Block facing? To face is south. Is that south? Yeah, I think that's the south face of the block. Right? I'm trying to figure out, so 4, I think that's, yeah, that is the block position of the check. So that's up. The 4 is up 1 from the ground. Because I'm pretty sure 3 is the block I'm standing on. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. So if we return true on this, just for funsies. Okay, yeah. You can't debug and change and hot reload all at the same time. Oops. Oh my god. That check triggered, by the way, because all the pipes are initializing. So the pipes reinitialize themselves, and they recheck the variables. Are there? Oh, that didn't save. Okay, it did not like. I didn't let it save in between debugging it. Okay. Everything else, I don't have any other pipes. No. Okay, so this should see this as a connection now. Just like that. You see, it's saying, hey, I can connect to this thing. Okay, so the connection passes because it's an item IO. And so we have one back here. This one here is a fluid IO, which is why I also wanted to test the fluid blocks. So here we go. And we have here this little chunk of code. We're going to go over to fluid pipe. And we're going to do something very, very similar. Get block, get interface, etc., etc. BEC does not equal null. Return false. Get block, get interface. I think I might IVE liquid interface. Block entity container. And I think we want to do it here. Right? Target is the block. Do I not pull? Block says to get block position. So I need this one to have block target equals world.block_accessor.getBlock_position. Just something as simple as that. Okay, and then hot reload that. Now, we need to change this to fluid. It's the same. The dummy block is the same, right? But the variant is now fluid, not item. And this is how you add, right? This is why I built this system to be really extendable, is you can create your own type of pipe and you can create your own variables of whether, what it can and cannot connect to. And so eventually what I'll be doing is, with a higher level smelter, aka MB blast furnace, would be creating a casting pipe type, and the casting pipe would be very specifically for molten metals, and then I'll introduce a very specific type of interaction or a dummy block for casting, and then all that. It's like an ecosystem, right? It's just everything sort of blends and then matches up. You have casting pipe, you have a casting IO block, right? You have a casting dummy block, and all of these things work together and they all look for one another. And so if something isn't matching, right? Because liquid metal you could think of as oh, that's a fluid, and you just use a fluid. But fluid pipe you may want a special type of pipe to interact with that, right? It's super hot molten metal. If it's 1,000 degrees, doesn't matter. You want to make sure the pipe is capable of that, or is expensive enough where it's a separate recipe, because you probably want, and I'm spitballing ideas here, a casting pipe would be different than an item or a fluid pipe, in that a casting pipe would probably have some sort of ceramic insulation in it to trap the heat as the molten metal is going through, just to make sure the metal goes, uninterrupted. Something that the metal just comes, molten metal just washes right off of, and it doesn't linger in the pipes. But whatever, you make it whatever justifications you want. Okay, so we're gonna save this. We're gonna hot reload it, and then go back and take our fluid pipe, and then bam, it's connected right there, and it should not be connected there, right? or there, or up there. These are not fluid interactions. So those are proper. And then there should be one item up on top. Yep. See, it sees the dummy block that's underneath that. But it's not going to be over here. Right? So this is where the design of the block comes into play. You want to indicate. Oh, that's the wrong tool. You want to indicate, right, that the connection happens on the shape itself. There needs to be some visual. There needs to be some visual feedback there, and there should be an item in the front. There's not one underneath now. The one underneath does not exist. That one is back here. This is the fluid I/O. So we need to adjust some of our gubbins here. We need to adjust them because they're not quite perfect. Yeah, these are all bad and wrong. As far as the color goes, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with that. You know, do we want to lock in position, certain positions automatically get fed? Like the top input is actual input. What is somebody's instincts? Fuel versus input versus output. So in my instinct tells me fuel comes in the sides. Input, right, would come in the top. And then the output, come on, go down. There we go. The output would come out the front. So it's like, but how do we do that in a multi-block? We have the position. Those are set. But how do you control that? Well, let's see. Save and leave. Quit. There we go. Now we actually saved it, so I don't have to redo anything when I get back in. Okay, so interacting with the creosote oven itself. So we have get liquid auto pull from slot. So these are the calls that we need to figure this out. Okay, for int blah 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 block facing. So this block facing we want to make sure creosote oven, if we look at the side variant, this is which way are we facing, right? This will be northeast, south, or west. So if we're facing north, then the side is north for the fluid, right? There is no fluid input in this block. There's no fluid input. So, but I want to code this as if there could be, just because it's like other blocks will, like the giant mixer and the giant like refinery and stuff like that. They're definitely gonna have fluid inputs. So I want to make sure that we cover those bases. Creosote oven. Okay, where's the? We have get liquid slots. Is it in inventory? Creosote oven. Let's close that. Get auto push. Yeah. So here we have item slot at block face. So I'm not looking at the is vertical. Okay. If up or down face only fuel. Well, the down face is null and void. I'm not going to have I'm not going to have a connection on the bottom at all. Like no connection on the bottom. It's going to sit. People are not going to have to worry about going, digging underneath and connect. That's stupid. In fact, I want people to interact with the core block as little as possible, because that could be bad. In fact, that might be another bug, because if you dig underneath and you break the core block itself, that could be a bad thing. So I need to make a note of that as well. Break built core. So if you have a fully built multi-block and something drives you to break your game, and you dig underneath and you directly break the core, what happens to the game? It would probably not be happy with you. It would probably really, really not, because you would leave the dummy blocks. Right now, you would kind of leave these dummy blocks, and there'd be no way of turning them back into normal blocks. And then it would probably crash when you try to break one, because it would try to exchange the block, because it passes the call to the core, and the core or the behavior, and the behavior switches everything over. But the behavior would not exist because the core would be gone. You'd break the core. That call would not find the behavior because the core is broken. All of that stuff is removed. Those dummy blocks would be left hanging, and bad. I would get people saying, "Hey, I broke the core, and it's just left all these dummy blocks." Like, yeah, no shit. Like, you didn't break it like you should. If you try to break a mod, you can usually succeed. It's pretty universal with any mod. Like, if you try to break it, it's usually pretty easy to break it. Okay, so get auto push into slot. We have the block face. We need to first look at where is it? Creosote oven. Get liquid pull from slot. We need to grab our do we have access to our base dot entity block? The block type at the position. We are the entity, so string side face side. Let's see, face. Rotation side equals base dot block dot variant of side. Okay, so we need So this is why I have the dummy blocks as a specific type, because the multi-block core doesn't really care about where you are in the multi-block on that face. All it looks at is the face. And so I base these calls off of the off of how the base game works. So these calls, you're not getting passed in the position. You're only seeing which face you're on, because the game is built around single block things. So this is not getting the block position of the call. Like, hey, where are we looking? The block face is where we're looking, but what about the block position of the check, right? The block that, like, you see the face, but what about the position of that check? Because the game just assumes everything is a single block. It's just a single block. There is no other block position that can check that. It is the block position. But in a multi-block, well, now suddenly you have a whole bunch of different options of where that check is. And so it kind of breaks, not breaks, but it makes it so you can't know specifically where that face is, or where that check is on the multi-block. And I don't know how to do that and how to introduce that without rewriting a bunch of base game functions, which would not be wise, because that would break probably everything else in the game. But it would be nice to have this call include which position was actually was actually running it, right? So like a block selection call, because a block selection object includes encoded a face and a position, right? So your block selection is like, what is that position? Which would give me the position in the multi-block of the selection. So that would be nice to have, but I don't think we're going to have it. Okay, so the rotation side, the variant is get liquid auto pull from slots. So this is so let's say this is a creosote oven. So if we're placed on north, this thing will return north. The block facing, we want this block facing to match the rotation side, right? So if rotation side does not equal block facing dot code. Block facing dot code. Yes, returns a string northeast, southwest, up or down. Return null. Okay. So grab the rotation of the object of us, right? Which side are we, what way are we facing? Check. Grab that. Check the code of the block facing object, right? Get liquid auto pull from slot. This is what's gonna manage. Now the connection is what it is, but this little trick here, right? This is going to return null anyway. So I don't need this code in here at all, but I'm going to paste it in here just for funsies. Because I also need it for the inventory here. Get auto push into slot. Okay. So from slot at block face. This is what's important right here. So I'm going to put this in here, and obviously, base dot. What do we have access to? I completely forgot. Where is possibly? How do I access the actual block? Late initialize. Inventory ID API. How do I want to do this? At block face. The problem is this does not encode. There's nothing in here that encodes option thing user to find in-world position of the inventory. Is set by most computer. It might be no. Okay. So how when we initialize the inventory, which we do in here in the initialize call, somewhere in here, in here somewhere. Come on, where is it? There it is. Aha! Inventory.position equals position. Okay, so we do set the position here. We also encode it into the inventory class name, right? When we do the late initialize, we're passing in the position. We would have to parse that. We'd have to parse that and then like reverse engineer it. And then we can't really depend on everybody who codes this, mods down the road. You can't depend on them doing it this way, even though this is the smartest way to do it. But this position call we can use here and say if position does not equal null. Okay, so position is not null. Late initialize. Okay, and then sappy is not null. So I need it to be the server side API that's calling this. Client side does not matter. Client will get synced with whatever change, whatever happens. Clients will see that. So if position is not null and our server API is not null, then we go sappy.world.block_accessor.getBlock of position, and this is going to be block equals, okay. Because remember, we don't need the block entity because that doesn't have the variant. It's the block that has the variant. Right? So we want block variant side, okay. And then I think, can we do an OR on this? I don't know how to do. I don't know all the little nuances of this nullable type syntax yet. I thought there was a way, if it's null, right, to set it to something else. If you guys, if anybody out there knows the syntax of how to do that, let me know, because I haven't memorized all the little things. Okay, so string rotation side is the block side. Okay, so we're the auto push into slot. So how about we do this? String.empty. Grab the rotation side. Okay. Because we're in the item side now, right? So now we could say, all right, we have, if this goes in, we now have rotation side. So how do we want to do this? I can't think straight because I have to use the bathrooms. Too much coffee. Okay. I need to quickly go on a bio break. It'll be less than 5 minutes, probably. Probably a lot less than 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Now, we have the side. So how much of this do we want? I'm just going to copy and paste all of this into this block. Okay, because this only the server is managing this stuff. The client should not even be aware any of this stuff exists. So now that we have the rotation side of the block, now we can make some logical decisions on what sides access what slots. Okay. So this item slot creates oven slots. Returns underscore slots. Let's see. 0 equals input. 1 equals fuel. 2 equals output. 3 equals fluid output. So now when I come down here, somewhere, there it is, mouse over this, now I can actually see the code. See how awesome this is? I wish Hightail had C# modding. Why it uses Java for the server, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know why you would ever not want to use something like Visual Studio to code in. Like, it's just so nice and it works, and you don't need so many shenanigans. You don't need 5 different add-ons for like Gradle and all these other things to actually get stuff done, and it supports hot reloading of the binaries. Why would you ever... Anyway, it's just frustrating that that game comes out. It has a C# front end, right? The client is C#. The back end, for some reason, the only moddable part of the game is all in Java. And it's like, why? Why did you do the thing? Why? Anyway, if it was C#, man, I would have been going full blast on modding Hightail. I would have been just part of that movement, but I would mod it. I would learn it. I would do it if there was a reason, you know. If Simon was like, "Yeah, we'll put you on a you know, on the team that does things and stuff," and I'd be like, "All right, I'm fully in." Right, that job, I would just love it. I would work my ass off. I would learn everything I could, but spending the next month learning how to mod that game and getting familiar with Java and all of the shenanigans there, only to have it wind up with nothing. No, I can't do that. I can't justify that amount of time. Anyway, so yeah, I would love to be a part of that community and grow it, but I mean, when you're looking at like builders, like freedom of building and trying to create great, awesome things, Vintage Story still owns that title. There is no comparison. It takes a lot more time if you're just using full blocks to do stuff. You know, yeah, it's simpler and faster and easier, but nothing compares to the freedom of Vintage Story and being able to just go crazy with the amount of detail that you can put in something. I mean, nearly infinite detail with Vintage Story. It just looks gritty and like, I think like one of the things I would love to do just to troll the community is take all of the Hightail textures, right? Take all the Hightail textures, which by the way, I think are 32 by 32 textures. Take all of those and create a texture pack for Vintage Story. And it's just, you take the textures of logs and stone and all of those things, you just take those textures and you just make a texture pack for Vintage Story, and you create a screenshot of like a super detailed build, like my cathedral or something, and you just take it and you just use the textures from Hightail, and you're like, hey, look at this cool build, everybody. And people would be just go out of their minds, like, holy shit, look at that detailed build. And it's like, yeah, this is Vintage Story. It's like, yeah, you can't do this in Hightail. You can't do this in Minecraft. You just can't. Okay. All right. So we have the side of our parent of the block that we are a part of. And now we want to look at what block face. So we don't care. Well, we do care about fuel. So fuel was the side, right? So how do we want to do this? Because remember, if we're facing north, fuel would be on the east and west side. But if we're facing east, it would be on the north and south side, right? So, at block face, so string at face equals at blockface.code. Okay. So this is going to be like, I'm pretty sure there's a really elegant way to do this. So we want to do bool check fuel equals false. So if rote side equals north or rote side equals south, if at face equals east or at face equals west, check fuel equals true. Okay. So if we're facing north or south and we're checking at face east or west, we need to check fuel. Else, if at face equals north or at face equals south, check fuel check fuel equals true. Okay. Now up is the input. If at face equals up, return slots is 0. Okay, if we're looking, if we're checking the face up, that's input. So so now what we need to check is the front. So if we're facing south, that means the north face would be the output. Okay, so if at face equals no. If rote side equals at block face dot opposite dot code. Right? So at block face, so let's say rotation is north, and then the block facing, we're checking that, which means we want the south face, not the north. So rotation side is the way that we're pointing, which is north. No, this rotation side, this is not the thing. Okay, we need to look at this a different way. Block facing dot Okay, how about we do this? Block facing rot parent face parent side. How about parent direction equals block facing dot from code rot side. Okay. So that is it's a block facing object of our parent. Okay. Rotated to however the block is rotated, northeast, southwest. So that changes these calls to parent direction dot true if this face is north or south. Okay. So is axis north south. And then this string add face is add block face dot code. We can actually do this as at block face dot east is axis west east. And then this one would be at block face dot is axis north south. It's a little less understandable, but I'm not comparing strings directly. This is still looking at the string. This is just a simple function that's just like, are we north or are we south, right? It's just like, is it north or south? Then to return true. It's the same call. It's just done automatically. So if we're north-south, look at east-west. If we're not north-south, that means we're east-west or west-east, whatever. Then check the north-south. And I'm doing that just to make sure that we're checking the fuel, because the check fuel is down here. Because only allow the item if it's a fuel, if it has combustible props. Okay. The reason why I wanted these to be block facings is that opposite call. Because now we can do at face is up. That's simple. That's fine to do that. Because I could do at block face equals block facing dot up, right? Not equals. There we go. Okay, so now we want to do if at block face equals parent direction dot opposite, return slots of 2. Okay, so you can see the index here. 0 is input, 1 is fuel, 2 is output, 3 is fluid output. So if the block face that we're checking is the opposite direction, right, of the parent direction. So east turns into west, north turns into south, south turns into, so it's a really fast way of just flipping it. So if we're the opposite face, then this is the slot you connect with, right? So with this, the actual pipe connection itself is controlled by the dummy block that it's facing. So that only the dummy block has that, because we don't have a way to encode the position of that thing, right? We don't know where in the multi-block it's facing, because it's the process. This is a overridden base game process, right? It's not sending in the position of the call. It's just not. I have no way of knowing where this is coming from, what position is actually doing the check. I only know which face it's looking at. This is a limitation by the base game. They would have to encode this call with some sort of optional from block position object in here, right? But since these are getting called by the base game's infrastructure, right? Any interaction with these, they're called the API structure is calling these. I'm not directly calling these. As you can see, there's 0 references. So that there's no direct reference in my code to that function, and yet it's still called because it's called by the base game's API. So, Tyrone and company would have to then introduce an optional call in here that introduces from block position, that encodes like what block position is actually looking at this. And it would have to be called from very, very low level, like all the way up the chain, to figure out like what we're looking at. Okay. So these are relatively straightforward. Up is input. The face, the actual front, right? The front of the thing, the front is the output. Now we have from slot.empty. So this is like get auto push into slot. Let's see. Let's do I think from slot. Some people were reporting that stuff was not getting moved here. So let's see, fluid item. If we look at the handlers for the pipes. These are the thing that are actually moving, right? These are the handlers are the thing that are actually moving the things. So these are actually what would actually call block container inventory get auto push into slot. We are passing in the slot we're pulling from. Okay. So even though, as you can see, this auto push into slot, even though you can see I'm obviously calling this, right? So why is this still references 0? It's because this is referencing the block entity container. It's an interface, and an interface is just basically a template that just shows you what calls. It's not a direct this object exactly, like inventory creosote oven dot get auto push into slot. That would actually call it would actually show up as a reference. This is more of an abstraction of saying, hey, is this a container? If it is, it obviously has an inventory. So if it has an inventory, then it has the inventory itself has this defined. So it's an interface call, not a direct call. But we are sending in the slot that we're pulling from, which means this should work because the from slot will not be null. So if we want to from slot equals null, from slot dot empty, return null, which is fine. Don't return null. As far as the client side, if cappy is not equal null, return null. Yeah. I like if we're on the client side, just don't return anything. Like the client should not be managing this stuff at all. The curtains just mysteriously moved. The lap goblin is around. Okay. So we want if check fuel this one can go. This is going to change what faces work with what. So if check fuel means we're not only trying to access a slot that is a fuel slot, but where all the rotation stuff is validated. So we're rotated a certain way and we're trying to input a certain way, which means check fuel is true. Right? So combustible props, this call ensures that these calls don't throw errors. Right? From slot is not null, right? Is null. A null from slot is like we don't know. You're trying to push something in, we don't know what it is. Right? It's null. There's nothing. You're not trying to push anything in, so whatever. And then from slot dot empty, we don't like there's it's not null, but it's also empty, right? You're trying to like this call should not exist. So we don't want to deal with that. So we have combustible props, from slot. So we grab whatever is in this slot. We grab the combustible props, but not everything has combustible props, right? So this is if props is not equal null, right? We can actually simplify this. This is going to tell us, hey, can be simplified, right? So you change it to the and. False and. This should. Shouldn't we be able to do is fuel? I thought there would be a way to do props question mark dot burn temperature. Again, I'm not. Props is not equal to null and burn temperature is greater than 0. Okay. I don't know how. I don't know 100% understand that, but whatever. I would think it would be props question mark dot burn temperature greater than 0, but it might, like, I don't know. I thought there was a way in an inline statement to not only check nullable, which is like props question mark, but also, you know, run the dot burn temperature check if it's not, but if it is, return another value. I could have sworn there was a way to do that. I just don't know exactly how to do that, or if I'm just misremembering something. Okay, so check fuel props dot burn temperature. Now, is there something else that we need to actually look at? Right? Because combustible, there's a lot of variables. Props dot. We have burn temperature, burn duration, melting, which we don't want. Right? Heat resistance, max temperature, melting duration, melting point, requires container, smelted ratio, smelted stack. So, how do we determine if something has combustible props? Okay, the temperature at which this collectible burns when used as fuel. Okay. So maybe burn temperature is the thing that indicates it's fuel. Okay, so that might work. So if is fuel, return slots of 3, 1. Okay. So if it's fuel, return the right slot. Right? We want to do this. Copy does not equal null, return null. I think that is what we want. Right? Because it's going to get all the way through here. So, and this is where bugs come from, right? These edge cases. So this is what I do when I code, is I kind of just, I kind of run through the logic in my mind, and I just kind of go through like, all right, given the scenario A, right, where the build is east, we're trying to access the front, which would be if we're looking east, the front would be the west face, the opposite of that east. So we're looking at this, which would, we're not, is axis north south. That's not true. So then it comes down here, is axis north south. This is false because we're looking east and we're trying to access west. So is axis north south is false. Is axis north south here is false. So again, we're not trying to check, we're not looking for fuel. So it's not up, so that wouldn't pass. At block, this is true. Block face is east. Or no, block face would be west, equals east dot opposite, which would be west, return slots 2. So now if we were looking at fuel, we are and again, this would allow you, because I don't do any validation when it comes to output or input, right? Up, you're dropping stuff on the top, that's going to go into the input slot, right? No matter what, if there's a valid thing in there, right? You can't, it's not going to if there's logs in there, you're not going to be able to put charcoal because there's logs in there. The two types are not going to match, but you can put charcoal in the top, which would be input, and charcoal in the sides, which should be fuel. And I need to check to see if Creosote Oven actually has a recipe to make charcoal, because everybody tries to use it for that. So I need to look to see if I actually have a recipe to do that. So if we're inputting fuel, that means, let's say we're again facing east and we're trying to insert in the north face. So we're coming in here, input axis north south is false, coming in here, but we're putting in the north, so this is true. Check fuel equals true, right? And then we're going in here, this is false, this is false. This should, let's just assume these are not null or anything like that, so these are fine. Check fuel is true. Come in here and we're pulling the fuel combustible props. Fuel, it is true. And then we're just returning the fuel slot. Now, if we're trying to insert, say, iron ingots into the fuel slot, we're going to come in here. Combustible props will be valid, right? Metal has combustible props. The game uses the same tag, JSON tag, for not only fuel but also like metals. So, but I don't think metal has a burn temperature, right? So if we look at Vintage Engineering or Vintage Story itself, we're going to go assets, survival, item, and maybe resource, and ingot. So these are literally all of the ingots. In here is a combustible props. There it is. Combustible props. By type is just, you can almost do anything by type. Anything that has variance anyway. So you can see melting point, melting duration, smelted ratio, smelted stack. Burn temperature is not in here, right? Burn temperature would either be null or 0 or whatever it defaults to. It might be 0. Now, if we look at coke, which would be coal coke, combustible props has a burn temperature, which would be fuel. Okay. And I'm pretty sure if we looked at like logs, which would be under block types, why is there no wood? Oh, there's wood. Well, oh, I didn't scroll down. I was like, why is there no wood? It's like, oh, scroll wheel. So wood typed would be log. So there's a lot of different things in here, but log section is the big 2x2 for the redwoods. Log is just all the other logs. And so these should have combustible props. Yes, burn temperature. Okay, so in our little scenario, we have burn temperature. If this is true, then it slaps it into the input slot. If this just gives you the slot. None of the verification of what's in the slot is in here. That's handled by the object itself. This is just like, if it's fuel, this is the slot. If it's not fuel and the faces are right, does all the face validation. So we need get auto pull from slot. We need to do some validation with this as well, because this needs to be this is auto push into slot. This block face.parent, remember, this is the pull, this is the extract slot. So we need to, in here, this needs to be return null. Right? Because this is the extraction slot. And so you're not going to be able to push into that in the front, right? This is just to push. And we could do some special code in the block entity later on. We could do some special code in the creosote oven to detect that location, wherever that is, and see if there's a chest there. Some block entity container of some flavor, and directly push into a chest in that instance. That is something, and the same is true for the back to push into a tank. Those are two features that I want to do. I don't know if I'm going to get them in by the time this public build goes out on Friday, but because those are like there's some subtle shenanigans that have to be done there, because those, like the block entity itself, the creosote oven is going to need those values and basically try to cast the block position based on which direction it's facing and all of those shenanigans. But it should be straightforward enough. The trouble is the thing that the tank should be relatively easy, right? The item slot liquid only, so it would be able to say directly input into a barrel, into the mixer, or into the tank, right? If there's an item slot liquid only, try to push it in. The item one, the block entity container, man, that could be anything, and a lot of things would crash the game. Like if you put a cheese wheel there, that's a block entity container, but you're not going to be able to put the output from this thing in there, right? So, yeah, it's I hate that there's no like is chest or is this thing a valid generalized container, right? That isn't a cheese wheel or the fruit press or some other shenanigans like that, because it's like I don't really want to deal with that. A lot of those machines, like the fruit press, people are like, well, you could be able to pipe into a fruit press. There's a reason this mod, right? There's a reason I'm not allowing a lot of those generic interactions. You're not going to be able to automate the fruit press. There's no way to automate the fruit press because you have to manually press the fruit. So I want to leave like the difficult part, manually pressing fruit, manually doing this, manually doing that, because then there's incentive when you get tired of doing that, right? There's incentive to then go and build a machine to do it. If the fruit press itself was automatable, all the different ways, insert the things, automatically twist it, automatically remove whatever it's made, automatically siphon out the fluid, automatically do all of that stuff, there'd be no incentive to produce or build the industrial squeezer, which I want to make, right? The industrial squeezer, just a giant freaking squeezer, super fast and efficient and does a whole lot at once. That I want to do. So I want to leave the tedious manual stuff in the game untouched and then produce machines that are cooler and funner and nicer and, challenge the player to actually build it. So this is why when people message me and they're like, well, how come you can't do this? How come you can't fully automate the blast furnace? How come you can't do this? It's like, because the LV tier is meant to be like the stepping stone for the next tier, right? Just because the next tier isn't done yet doesn't mean that I want to temporarily make LV tier awesome and have no reason to go to MB tier. I want to leave LV tier painful, slightly painful, semi-automatable. That way, MB tier is even awesomer and a breath of fresh air. So that's basically why. But I think this is good to go. The get auto pull from slot, this here, we want since I'm not using this anywhere else, I'll do that. I'm going to simplify this. Do that. Okay, and then we want this. Okay. So, position does not equal null. Sappy does not equal null. Block is that. Rotation side is that. Parent direction is that. And then we want to just do one check here. Boom. And then otherwise, this. Okay. So, summarizing this, again, we're doing all the sanity checks, right? Positions not equal null, Sappy does not equal null. And Sappy is just the server API, right? Server core API, which is set when we initialize, depending on what side we're on, right? Late initialization, we're sending in the API, and depending on what side we're on, if we're on the server side, we set Sappy. If we're on the client side, we set Cappy. So these are just the standard. This is the standard nomenclature for this stuff. It's just anyway. So the block, we pull the block, we pull the side the block is facing, we encode that, right? We encode that in the block facing event, and then if we're on the opposite, right? Get auto pull from slot. If we're in the right face, pass in the output, which is slot 2. Okay, so let's rebuild. It should be good to go. And let's see. Let's see if we actually did what we want to do. And then we can move on quickly to the block highlight colors and all the shenanigans with that. Because we really should we should be able to insert things and stuff into this. So let's get some chesticles. Somewhere in here, I probably have some chests. There are some chests. Okay. So one there. One there. We want one of these here. With a chest. I mean, fine. That works. So we want that to be an extract, that to be an extract, and that to be an extract. Okay. We threw an error. Well, this is why we test. Okay. Connected to get interface question mark inventory. Okay. Transport tick. Yeah. Wait. Get block connected to that get interface. That's the dummy. Okay. So this is trying to push into the dummy block. So is there an override for that get interface call? So we need to then this should return null. Yes. Okay. So what we need to do then is see. Oh, I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. This happens, by the way, when I'm not streaming and I get super into the weeds on a code. I'm just like, my body is just like, in that moment, you have to go to the bathroom. It's like, God, and it happens all the time. It's so weird. I can go for hours just, doing whatever and not have a problem. And as soon as I get linked into something, like hooked on something, it's like, oh shit, I have to choose. It's like only then do I realize, okay, so this get interface call, block entity container, block.get interface. So let's look. It's not the dummy. Right? It's the get block. Yeah. So we need to look at block. Oh, where is it? There it is. Multi-block dummy. I need to save and leave. I can't have that thing ticking in the background. Okay. So this get interface is this get behavior, activate, get selection, get collision, do partial, on getting broken, block broken, on pick, on block interact, on block, get random color. Okay, get attributes, get retention, get block entity, get block entity. Okay, so let's see. Override get interface. Okay. So what we want, this call, the T is just whatever type, right? Get interface of type, etc. Which I don't, do we actually call that? Yeah. See, get interface, and I want this interface. If that interface doesn't exist, don't worry about it. But this get interface call, we want to call, or at least code this as close to the get interface call from the base game as possible. Come on, DNSpy, load your shit. So we look at get interface, and we need to look at block. So this is the get interface call from the base game. Returns instance of class, etc., etc., etc. This is fine. If we look at the thing here, you can see returns instance of this is the help text that we actually see here, which is kind of crazy that it actually saves this text here. But this is the block position here is we need, instead of the position of the entity or the dummy, we then need to go, hey, the dummy is not what we want to interface with, right? This is not what we want. We want to interface with the core, and this is where what I'm going to do here is do this, right? But I need to adjust the position similar to how I do everything else, which is offset, right? Get offset. So we want to do vector 3i offset inverse equals negative get offset block block selection dot position. Yeah, block position, yeah. Okay. So, get interface, get that position, And then we want to this as T. T block type is this as T. Okay. This. So this will never be. I mean, it could be. So this offset inventory, this is now what we could grab and return or check. And there are some calls in here that I had to will handle. MB can attach block. I just want to look, see if there's a built-in version of this. Multi-block properties. Interact. I'm just seeing if there's a MB interface. No, that's definitely not going to be it. Properties. No. Breaking. No. Activate. Nope. What I should actually do is just pass the call instead of doing all of this. Well, this .get behavior. Do I have a get behavior? I don't think so. Yeah, see, I don't think there is a get behavior override that I've got defined in here. Getting broken. Activate. Okay, so this part I think is fine because it's saying, hey, if by chance we want the interface of a dummy, if somebody out there invents a subsystem for dummy blocks and introduces their own interface for managing a bunch of stuff, and if we want that interface specifically, like let's say it's an MB dummy interface, right? If that is the single thing that we want, then return that, right? Because we then we want the interface of the dummy block. Otherwise, we want to pass this get interface call with the actual block. So block block equals API.world. Well, we have world dot block accessor dot get block of offset inventory or inverse. I keep saying inventory, it's inverse. Offset inverse. We want position dot add copy of offset. There we go. We want to take the position of this getter interface and we want to offset it by the offset from the dummy block. And then if block is VEMB dummy, return base dot get interface, prevent right? If the block that we're looking at is a dummy block, there's a problem. Our offset did not work right. So just return the base, right? That would prevent infinite recursion, because then that dummy block might point to another dummy block, which, like, if something corrupted happens, it would just sit and just ping all of the blocks, and you'd never get the core, which would be a problem. It would fill your stack up and then crash, and it would do it in a matter of milliseconds. Okay. So now we've prevented the infinite loop. Now we need to do return block dot get interface of T. And it's not block. Yeah, block. World.block accessor to get block to get interface. And get interface is part of the block. It's a call to the block. It's not a call to the block entity, right? So it looks at block, right? Returns the instance of a class that implements this interface, right? So first it looks at the block, then it looks at the behavior, block behavior, then it looks at the block entity, and then it looks at the block entity behavior. So that's the order that it looks in. So this passes the call, the get interface call from the dummy. This passes it to the core, which is where we want it. We want the core to actually get the call, right? So let's rebuild. Okay. And then F5. I have minimal mods loaded on this server for my debugging, and the game, like, 1.21 really expanded, like, how long it takes to load the game. I've eaten so much cheese in this world. It is like I'm going to be backed up for days. Okay. So this why was that flashy? Was it because I was like up here? No, it just, maybe it was right at the very end of, yeah, it's right at the very limit of, because This is okay. That is another thing that I need to make a note of. If somebody out there, here's a quiz, right? There's 5 people watching. There's a quiz. Why was it doing that? Any guesses as to why it was doing that? It works here, but not here. Why is that? No.
Sure, I could tell you if you wanted.
I'm pretty sure you know, but
Okay.
you know, I want to see if we can get a little bit of interaction here. If anybody out there who codes mods can tell me why. I'm sure Oz knows. He's, you know, pretty good at shit. So, anyway, let's test to see if we have stuff that works. So, this should be inserting into the fuel slot. So let's see if that works. Wink. Okay, this is a problem. So, contain is null. Why? Get block, target, get interface. So this is in the tick. No, get push slot. Okay, what am I missing? This is the item transport handler. Did I miss a section in my pipes? Get block, target. Get interface. So, is there a bug in my get interface call? Let's put a breakpoint in that. If contain does not equal null and hot reload. Okay. Then we F5 it. There we go. So we're in the get interface call. This is the position. That's the wrong position. This should not be 3. This should be 4. Or is this... This must be a different pipe. X is 1. Block. There's the creosote oven. Return block dot get interface. It's still null. Okay. Why? Why is this not seeing it? World.getBlock connected to okay, and then world.getBlock. Oh, jeez, I don't want to click and drag. I just want to click this. There you go. I doubt this is going to resolve. Why is that null? Why is that null? So T, what is T? T is a type which cannot, okay. So this as T. Base. Wait. Block. Creosote oven. Get interface. Position. This is what I needed. That, I bet you, is what it is. Hot reload. Okay. Come on. Okay, what parent? Get auto push it. Why, where does this come from? Hull stack. Transport handler, get push slot. From slot, there's charcoal. At block face, north. Position is the position. Block is the creosote oven. Rotation side is east. Parent direction is null. Oh! I'm an idiot. Yeah, I have to stop. When it's stuck on there, I can't. There's no way to hot reload it because it's already past the line. So hot reloading it, yeah, it changes the line, but it doesn't change the fact that it's stuck on that line, and there's no way to get out of it because there's already an exception that's thrown. Okay, so this is a variable, not an actual string. So thank God we fixed that. And just for funsies, I want to check the creosote oven. Where is liquid slot? Okay. This rotation sign, block facing that code. Get liquid auto pull from slot. Oh, okay. There's nothing catastrophic in there that could be bad, so I'm gonna ignore that for the time being. Okay, so little bugs like this just drive me crazy. So we have, yeah, that was a major oversight. So since nobody wanted to chime in as to their guess on why that interface was glitching out, I'll give you a couple minutes. I'll give you another minute if you want to type why you think that UI was flashing and glitching out. Speak now or forever. Whatever. Okay, so now if we debug. I don't know why the game takes so much longer to load than it used to. You can see, well, yeah. Let's do this again. Hey, look at that. It's working. Okay. And now what can we put in the top? I don't even remember any of the recipes in here. Maybe oak?
Yeah, oak should work.
It might not. I can't remember what wood types go in here. I mean, it should work.
That's what I had used last night, but you know, I was
Okay.
using the other variant, the non-multi-block one.
So we have this one works. Input there. That one works. Okay. So I'm gonna remove this pipe and this pipe. Because when I debug it, I only ever want this one to actually trigger, right? I only ever want the tick of this one, right? So, this, if we do oak, I'm going to go to the transport tick, right? Well, it's going to tick anyway. So let me put this in and then pause it. And then put the breakpoint in and then do this and boom. Okay. Is chunk loaded? That should be fine. Okay. Us. Block entity be pipe base. Us should be good. Connected to. Add copy, block facing, blah, 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 is chunk loaded. Why do I have this in here twice? I need to remove that. Yeah, I definitely need to remove that. So get block is multi-block target. So that's, again, this is base multi-block. This is base game multi-block. This is not a me multi-block. This inventory should actually get the inventory, right? So this inventory is now the inventory. Stack size, upgrade rate, whatever. Block entity, generic typed container. I'm not sure. Okay. Get pull slot. Oh, this is the pull. Okay. This should be the oak logs. Yes. Okay. So this is the item stack. So this push slot, this is what we need to look at. Okay. So we're going to F11 that. Item transport handler. Here's the push slot. So push connections, we're good. There is a push connection in this location. You know, we have a push connection. It's a list. So this is just like what all the different distribution modes. So nearest first is the default. Connection array. This is all the different pipe connections. Sort based on priority, or actually based on distance. We should have one. We do another chunk loaded. Remember, we have to make sure the chunk is loaded where we're trying to insert. These kind of calls are I've added because people were having problems with unloaded chunks. Okay, so multi-block MB target should not run. So get block.get interface. So this is the call where we should get the interface. This is the top, right? 6 is the top. So we're trying to insert into there. Let's see what happens to contain. Contain has the creosote oven. So this is good. This is the thing that we need. Contain.inventory, right? Inventory is not null. get auto push into slot. We can F11 into that. So position is good. Sappy is good. Block. We have the creosote oven. Rotation. We are facing east. Parent direction should be east. At face is north. Okay. Okay, yeah. So these, like, none of these is axis. This is false. Is axis north-south? Okay. But at block face, this is saying north. Why is this saying north? This should be up. This should be up. Face code. Node. Push. Face code. Node. Is there a weird bug with up and down that I haven't run into yet? Get push slot. Pipe extraction node. Push cons of 0. There's facing. Yeah, I think this push cons con array get auto push into slot. This is wrong. Node. Con array of X. Face con. Con array. Con array of X dot face block facing dot from code facecon dot opposite dot reload F5. to 11. So now we're at up. Bingo. That was a crazy bug. Like, I had no idea that bug was pointing to the wrong axis. So this should also be false. This is false. This is false. Up is true. Bingo. We should now be working. It's not working. This is gone. Where? Excuse me? Did I... Oh, there's actually creosote in here. You can see it. There's a little bit of creosote in there. Just looking. Okay. I'm watching the log output just to make sure that nothing's going crazy. Because sometimes my time jumps like crazy, and but it's usually because I've been debugging. Okay, so it looks like there's a little something in there. Because the fuel started, right? It started burning. Do I have any more wood on me? I don't think so. I have some treated wood, but I don't think that's really what I want to be working with right now. Okay, so oak, log, give, block. Log placed, oak, up, down, 50. Yes. Okay. So it's working. 100%. It's working. The way that it works, when you saw it like inserting one at a time, it does the whole stack at once. So it processes the entire stack of the wood all at once and makes it. So you want to. This is one of those things that you want to insert as fast as possible to get the stack up, and then have it convert all at once. But I mean, there's obviously going to be bugs with what happens when the tank is full. Is it still going to consume all of them and stuff like that? I could probably change the loop to set that. So the answer for the GUI issue, and Oz can verify if this is what he thought, because this is a multi-block, you're going to be back here when you click it. If it was the core, you'd be closer. So it's the distance away, right? It's the distance away from the core that's causing that. So is that what Oz?
Yep, that's what makes most sense anyway.
Yep. So that's why. So I would have to go into the GUI code and change that and increase the distance that you can be away from the block in order for that to not close on itself.
Is it possible to change the bounding box?
The bounding box is by block, right? So the bounding box is like each block space has to have its own bounding box. There is no real support for blocks to have bounding boxes, aka collision or selection boxes, bigger than a block. So you're bound by the size of a block. And he has done no work on changing that. So
The fact that all of these have a collision is because the dummy blocks themselves just have the base block collision. So if this block was mostly empty, these blocks would still be highlighted like this. Even if there was no texture there, you would see a highlight, because it's just like in like Fortress Craft or another voxel game. If a multi-block just has a single big bounding box, you're still going to get collisions and selection boxes based on the block space, not the shape. And Blue Lightning told me that there was a way to define a big collision box or a big custom collision box and then subdivide it per block. But I haven't gotten into those shenanigans at all yet, so I'm not hip to that just yet. So anyway, the fluid, I mean, this would be a minor miracle if it worked, but hey, look at that. It actually worked.
Miracles do happen.
Look, so miracles, yes. Miracles do happen. You're a wizard, Harry. So the fluid just works just for reasons, you know. It's good. It's all good. Now if this had an output, what? I'll have to look at the. I would have to look at the recipes for this. But yeah, there's your wood, specifically wood tar creosote. Now, if we emptied that, if you smack a fluid tank with a stick, it will empty. That's a little feature that I added. Look at my hunger already. Like, how much cheese have I eaten just today? The hunger in this game is just. If somebody knows, maybe Oz can just peek and see if there's a debug command to just turn off hunger. I don't know. I doubt there is, but
I'll see if I can find anything.
Cheese. So give item cheese blue 1 slice 50. Thank you. No. I'm gonna eat cheese until my digestive system in this game completely stops. So I think like if you use any other wood, you get an item output. So if we do
Somebody said, nice mod.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Let's see. Bald Cypress Kapok. Give block log placed Kapok up down 50. Okay, so Kapok does not have a recipe, right? So it's inserting them, but there's no recipe. There's no valid recipe found, right? So Kapok logs are a no-go. We can do that. I know everybody wants this thing to actually produce charcoal, and I can introduce that. Okay, so that is pipe interaction done. Done in quotation marks. There's most likely edge cases and shenanigans that can be had. I need to check I can't remember if there's any recipe in here that actually outputs a thing, or if it's just fluid for now. I think maybe coal. So let's do coal, black coal, give item or us coal 50. Coal, tar, creosote. Okay, so this didn't produce anything, and this produced coal, tar, creosote. Well, at least that's working. I'm glad that that's working. There's a little Z fighting in there because this tank holds a lot of fluid, and there's just a teeny itty bitty 3 liters. Right? If there was a whole bunch in there, the object would be taller, and you wouldn't have any Z fighting. So, let's see. So all of that is working. Let's do a little update. First of all, on the recipes, because I know everybody wants this thing to produce charcoal. So let's go ahead and produce charcoal with this. So what ratio should we target for charcoal production? Okay. I already had one of these open. So let's go in here and go to recipes and go to creosote oven and go to, oh, there is a charcoal recipe. Believe it or not. So if we go to creosote, we go to outputs, item code liters. What
do you got a sec?
Log placed, up, down, wood, purple heart. So if we do kapak, I don't know why I didn't. I literally gave myself one of the few that didn't actually give me charcoal. Player hunger speed. Ooh, there we go. I like that.
So there's a caveat to that.
Oh.
Somebody was saying that 0 doesn't work, so you might be able to do a decimal place. And it also, you have to do it and then reload the map, but you're doing a lot of reloading.
Yeah, so. Reloading. That just happens naturally.
So it's unknown whether it'll actually work or not.
I wonder if see, we have a loud variance here. I wonder if I could instead flip it and do disallowed variance. Sometimes there's a disallowed variance in some way, shape, or form. Right? So we have two. For wood creosote, I just have 2 different types of wood, oak and pine. For the wood tar creosote, unfortunately hickory is not in the game, but what I do want to do eventually is add a beech tree, because beech is actually, when I did my research on wood tar creosote, beech is actually the wood of choice for making wood tar creosote for reasons. I think it just produces the most, so that's just what you... But you might be asking, like, what is wood tar creosote used for? Well, if you're ever at the grocery store and you buy liquid smoke, right, to flavor food, what you're actually buying is wood tar creosote. That's what you're actually getting. So disallowed variance. Let's see. I'm going to copy this, and we're going to search and we're going to look for disallowed variants, and we're going to search. Ooh-wee. I don't have any. Let's close that. We want users, me, app data, roaming, vintage story data. Oh, roaming, vintage story, assets, survival, recipes. Select. Nothing. And if we do this, lots. So recipe, there is no disallowed variants. Okay. So then we can look at my custom recipe loader. I can't even remember how I built this so long ago. I can't even remember. Load recipes. And then recipe registry. This is just all the registry. Get ingredients. Okay. Stacks. Add recipe process into created by recipes to handbook. Recipes. Matches. Where's variants? Try craft. Pair. There's a lot when I talk about like having too many blocks and items for mods and too many variants, this is why. There is a crap ton of code that goes on behind the scenes to validate recipes. And so the more raw blocks and items that you have, the worse this process is, because the longer these lists are, right? There are lists in the game of literally all the things. And it's like I have to validate, or the game has to validate if this satisfies as ingredient, right? And so it's checking the thing that you send in satisfies as an ingredient, and it has to check all of the things, right? So the more raw things that you have, the slower this process. So it's like there are issues with it. Okay, so this is get named to code mapping. There's a resolve. I'm looking to see because there's a base game call that uses that allowed variance, and I can't remember where that was. Whether that was in the I don't think it was in the recipe loader. Load generic recipe. Type T. This. Oh, this is minimized for some reason. That's probably why I didn't see this. Name to code mapping. Okay. So what the name to code mapping, it just takes the variables and maps whatever the name you give to like what in-game code it is. And so it just has to go through and be like, all right, because when you get a string, it's a code. The game doesn't know what item that is. It has no idea. So it has to then go through and iterate all of the items and blocks and say, hey, is this code in the game and what is it? And then return like what the code is. And it has to dynamically build those. For each recipe ingredient in recipe.ingredients. Okay. Variant code. So it's dynamically replacing the star recipe.ingredients. Yeah, this is essentially doing what that is, but I don't really know how. So yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. Its system is working. I'm not gonna poke at that right now. So I was hoping instead of doing allowed variants and then blah 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 all the wood, do disallowed variants and just disallow the ones that are like doing it. Because like pine and oak make creosote, whereas the other ones don't. But what I could possibly do, and the text is just too big, is I could add some charcoal. Well, not this one. This one. You're not going to make charcoal out of coal. So what's the best ratio here is, what's the vanilla ratio for wood to charcoal? A log, I think in vanilla, a log makes 4 firewood. When you stack firewood, you stack, what is it, 16? Is it 16 or 32? In a stack, in a block space. 4, 8,
16, I believe.
16. So a single block, this is the craziest thing about this. A single block in vanilla, when you're filling with firewood, takes 4 logs for 1 block space. So you're taking a log, which is itself a block, cutting it into firewood, which then you get a 4x compression on the material. So now you're in a single block space, you're taking and you're putting 4 blocks worth of wood in a single block space. So 16 firewood. And then when you cook it into charcoal, you get at most 8 charcoal out of that block. It can vary, right? When you do charcoal, there's it just randomizes how much charcoal it makes per column, but ideally it's 8. So the 4 logs, you can at most, at best, get 2 charcoal from a log. Is my math right? Somebody can validate that. But so in the most ideal situation, 2 charcoal is all you're gonna get, right? So we're gonna go here and we're gonna change charcoal to 2, right? Because you're cooking a log, and again, if the amount of this stuff is just painful, but the log section here, this is the ones that look. Let's just do no allowed variance. Because if, man, yeah, if mods add their own, let's see if this works. I just want to see if it works. But yeah, allowed variance here. I really wish disallowed variance existed. Let's just do a cursory check. Allowed variance. I could have sworn. Why do I think that disallowed variance exists? What? I think I've seen it in the actual definition of a block where there's disallowed variance in the block. So it wasn't a recipe. It was part of the block, I think. Yeah, I think it was disallowed variance was really specifically for variant types of blocks and not recipes. It would be handy to have that feature for recipes as well. Very, very handy. I mean, yeah, the use cases are finite, but in this case, just I've got a set of recipes for making creosote. It would be nice to have recipes to define, hey, I don't want these variants. And I could create a weird custom tag for this, but the ingredient itself crafting recipe ingredient. This is the object that's created as it's doing. So you can see allowed variance. This is the string of that allowed variance. Disallowed variance is not a thing. Right? So I would have to create my own damn ingredient item to do that. Right? Because the code here, you have allowed variance. And so when you do a resolve, right, you have the allowed variance in here. There's I'm not gonna go through this line by line, but there satisfies as ingredient. This is probably skip variance. Skip variance. It's not it's not disallowed variance, it's skipped variance. Find what? Skipped. Did I spell something wrong? I don't. Skipped variance. There is nothing in here. Survival recipes. I'm looking at JSON. Why is there's no... When using wildcarding, I don't know. Setting this field. Okay, let's try this. We're going to try skipped variance or skip variance. Maybe that's why I didn't see it. Skip variance. There we go. Bingo. Skip variance. Oak. Pine. Oh, pine. Right? Skip variance. And this is an example. Wood skip variance aged. I knew there was a way to do it. I just... My brain, everybody. My brain. Yeah, there's a lot of examples of them skipping variance. Excellent. So now, instead of a white list, we're changing it to a black list. You know, don't do these instead of only do these, and that will be all inclusive to any woods that any mod might add, and it will only say skip oak and pine might even change to beech, right? And then the pine and oak here, maybe we could still put out charcoal, but it would be 1 instead. You know, because, you know, you're not going to turn the entire tree, the log, you're not going to turn the entire log into creosote. There's going to be some matter left. You're squeezing out the liquid, whatever liquid's in there. You're squeezing that out. There's going to be something left. You're basically cooking the log. Not really sure how that process works, but I'm sure it's like you bake the log, you take the vapor, you cool the vapor, which turns into a fluid, and boom, you've got creosote, right? So it's almost like a distillation process. But you get 0.25. And again, oak, like, there's no use for wood creosote, right? Wood tar creosote, there's actually no use for it right now. So it's like, doing this, you shouldn't be using oak or pine. Just flat out, you shouldn't be using oak or pine. Every other wood type is good, but oak and pine, don't use those. Use oak for making leather. Okay, so now we have charcoal getting spit out. It's funny that the kapak was the only variant that I didn't actually set. Okay, getting back to code. Okay, I don't have any of that stuff. Okay, now what I want to look at, one of the last bugs. Let's see, what's my notes here? BE creosote oven. Block. Block core. On block broken.
multi-block. Wait. Okay. Ref. How do I do this? The behavior. Let me peek at the behavior. Or the actual dummy block. Oh Lord. On block broken. Block interface. I have to do, yeah, I have to do this. I just paste this code in here so I can actually look at it. Okay. Multi-block is that, right? Because the multi-block behavior is all of those things. Activate, breaking, all the things. Okay. Block breaking. So this multi-block .mb on block broken by player world position offset new 000. I'm just trying to be fancier. Position new vector 3i. How do I do this syntax? I hate little syntax quirkiness like this. I think it's, instead of that, it's these. Maybe? Wait. How about is there a static vector 3i dot 0? There we go. That's easier. Okay, so all of this should be good to go. This should hopefully fix if you directly break the core, right? It should bounce into the behavior. If we go to definition, right? This should bounce into the behavior, grab the core, which it is.
It's essentially calling the same thing the dummies are calling. Right? So the other thing we want is this only if base, or this is the core, variant of state. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, state. Do that. Else base dot on block broken. World position by player. There you go. Right? So if our state is built, do this, which should do all the things. Right? And it should include dropping the inventory, because I've got that call in here already. So now we drop the inventory. Okay. So potential crazy bug averted. So now one of the things we want to figure out and maybe try to track down is why, looking at this code, I have set highlight colors. So highlight colors, if we let's set the alpha to really low. Okay. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. So RGB, right, of block numbers. I'm not sure why this is highlighted in a different color. I really like the highlighting. The highlighting in Notepad++ is kind of bad. I prefer using VS Code, but for some reason in VS Code you can't change the size of the text, so y'all would not be able to read what's actually on the screen because it'd be like, it's too small. So the first brick course so this is the brick block, and this is red. What is going on? This is really weird. The red block, this one, seems to be taking this one, but 3 is mapped to a blue block. So if we then go red is like 255, blue is 0. So I want a very red block for number 3. Right? And then this block, I want 0 and like 255 for blue. I'm just doing extreme values right now because something isn't right. And green is 2, which is item IO. That's fine. Okay. 4 is the core, which this should never run without the core. In fact, it can't. I still have a value in here because why not? And the fluid is going to be red and green, which is yellow, I think. Yeah. So this block, this code, this block here, I don't think I highlighted this before, but this block maps the what block numbers get mapped when the thing finishes, right? So this gives control to other modders or whomever to really control what this ingredient, right? Whatever this block is, this could be anything, right? How, like, this block number maps to what dummy block. And again, the dummy block could be a custom block. Like, all of these little nitty-gritty things, you can customize all of this stuff. So, but for some reason, the block highlight colors, for some reason, this is not, it's not quite right. So, let's see. Let's see if we can't debug this a little bit, because this is bothering. Because in the description of the block, I want to be able to say the blue block is this, the red block is this, the yellow block or whatever is this. Like, I want to be able to do that to really enforce like what the block colors are and what all the ingredients are. I'm hoping to be able to do that anyway. So let's go back to the behavior, which is like what, you know, this is the one ring here. This is the thing that controls it all. So the highlight incomplete parts, right? This is what we want to do. We want to go, not peak definition. I want to go to definition. Okay. So multi-block structure, highlight. So the structure is this entire thing, right? All of this is the structure because it's a custom behavior. So the multi-block structure object is that entire block, including the highlight colors, the mappings, and then the structure itself, which is derived. There is a base game version in here somewhere at some point. I can't even remember. But I copied a lot of what the base game does, and I had to customize just about every aspect of it. Because the way that I implement it is different than what Tyrone and company did. Because their multi-blocks are finite in size, right? So I had to customize all of this to make sure that we're able to. We didn't have everything hard coded. So the highlight colors, we have RGBA, block highlight colors. We're adding, right, the W value as the key, and the value is the color, which is it's encoded into an integer, right? So you take the color RGBA, and all of that is coded into one int, one 32-bit value, and that int is then indexed by the W value, which is itself an int. So it's a dictionary int, but int is the W first int, and the second int is the color of the thing. So we go to highlight, highlight incomplete parts. So in here, list colors. What are we doing here? Does not equal 0. Block highlight colors. Colors.add. Highlight blocks. List int colors. Sends given player a list of block positions that should be highlighted. Okay, let's look at highlight blocks. And this is something only run on the I think it's only run on the client. I'm pretty sure. I just want the call world.highlight blocks. I don't want packets. Highlight blocks mode. Okay, I don't think that's what I need. Packet, what is packet highlight blocks? Server main. WorldGen World Accessor. I'm pretty sure this is a client. Highlight blocks. Since it should be highlighted. Multiple highlights use different numbers. Yeah. Using a default color. List and colors. Let's look at analyze. Implemented by client main. Trigger highlight blocks. Okay. This just passes in null for the colors. It's the same call. So let's look at the call. On highlight blocks. Oh dear Lord. This is buried. This dot on highlight blocks. So raised by add used by this event manager on highlight blocks. Okay. Colors. Tessellate model. Colors, int colors. No. Node shape. Scale. So on create highlight tessellate model. Colors. Cube. What the hell is this doing? This is some low-level code, but let's see. With the colors, yeah, see, like, air blocks. I have no idea what this does. Colors.add. Block ID does not equal 0. Colors.add. So I don't know if this is like, I think this is just a list of colors. Every position, like every position in blocks matches to a position in colors. So your colors list has to be the same size as your block list, right? Because every block position has to map to a color. That's what I'm assuming has to happen, right? And I know what they say about assuming. So we're going to come over here and we're going to say, okay, we're going to say we want another one of these. Pop that down. We should be able to break it without any problem. Good. And then smack it. So we have blocks 8 and colors 8. So we have all these colors, like, yeah, these are all encoded with a color. And the blocks are all block positions. So if we F5 this, why are those colors not represented? These should be vividly blue, right? This one should be like green, and this one should be like yellow. Like, why? Why? Can somebody tell me why? I'm literally passing it colors, right? Block highlight colors. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. When I broke that should that's not good at all. Okay, let's save and leave. We're probably gonna have a memory leak. Maybe not. Interesting. Okay. Let's fix that right quick. BE multi-block core on block broken. We want to clear highlights. Can we do that? Multi-block structure. Is that yeah, MBS. So multi-block dot MBS dot clear highlights world by player. Oh, this is an error? What? I don't know what's going on. What's this thing not doing? What am I missing? Multi-block? Why is there a squiggly over here? What am I missing? What? Oh! Derp. Okay. So, bottom line, what is it encoding the value? Like, what is going on? Error blocks. I'm just going to ignore this. We're going to ignore error blocks. In fact, we're going to like so completely ignore error blocks. We're going to do that. Okay. Do not highlight error blocks whatsoever. Okay. So well, that didn't work at all. That did the opposite of what I wanted it to do. Now let's test to see if that okay, that works. Okay. Wildcard util dot match block codes offset. Come on. Offset.w is 2. So block error. Am I assuming the wrong thing? Okay, so maybe I'm assuming the wrong like block ID is not equal to 0. Okay, let's get that back going. And do that. Int color search blocks dot get color. I don't care about that. Okay. So hot reload that. We want to remove this and F5. Okay. So a really low alpha. Let's make a note of this, everybody. A really low alpha means nearly transparent. Okay, so we need to save and exit gracefully. Let's go back into the JSON and do 240. Okay. And then let's look at these values again. So, gray is going to be blue. Like a blue-gray. I really, like, what I really need is a RGB encoder like color wheel thing that I can just pick an RGB value and just be like, I want this color and just encode that. And I know like Photoshop has one. I just need like a little applet, right? I don't need Photoshop. I don't need a huge thing. I just need a little color wheel. I just like, hey, I want to pick a color and give me the RGB value of that. That would be very handy. Just a little app, right? A little program to do that. Dead simple, very lightweight, would be brilliant. Somebody get on that, would you? Okay. So this, like if we wanted this to be more of a cyan, I think let's add a little bit to the bricks. Let's add a little bit of green. See what that does. 2 is the item IO, which should be pure green. Super green, as Ruby Rod would say. 3 is interaction block. We need that to be uber red. Right? This needs to be an uber red color. 4 is irrelevant. You should never not have the core. Because as soon as you break the core, the whole thing, the highlights disappear anyway. Right? But I include that in here just... yeah, it is in here just so the indexing doesn't break. Because it's going to go through and try to validate, and if it hits that block number, and there's no value in the highlight, it could, throw up all over you. So I don't want to do that. And then the fluid block, red and green, I think is yellow. So let's see. Let's see what this does. So what this was doing, this block ID, I misunderstood what this was actually checking. So this is grabbing the block ID of what is there, right? And it's saying, like, if it's not equal to 0, which means it's not air, and it's not matched, right? This is not matched. So the blocks are already a mismatch. We've already validated the code with what's there, and it's not valid, and it's not air. And that I was just adding this there. Else, which means it is air, unbuilt, was just grabbing just the color of the block, whatever that returned. Didn't want that. I wanted to control what color was there. So yeah, I just misunderstood like what was being checked and what was. I just saw the not equal to 0. I was like, oh, if it's air block, I didn't even think about it. But now we should get some vivid colors. And it's nighttime. Fuck. Okay. Bingo! Hey, look at that! We have colors. Okay. So let's put that away. Oh yeah, I need to do the hunger command. Let me pull that back up. Let's do world config player hunger speed 0. Okay. So blue, right? Blue is bricks. Okay, large gray bricks running bond. Oh, man. Why can't you just be bricks? Right? Large gray bricks. Why do you have to be so fucking specific? We have that. We need the IO. Where's the other IO block? There it is. IO items. Okay. So blue are bricks. Bricks. Fluid is yellow. And I should increase the alpha a little bit of these so I can do that. Item is that. And then smack it again. Boink. Okay. And now we have bricks, 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 bricks. We have interaction. We have items, items. And then boink. And now it's all bricks. Then smack it again. And then we have a single item in the middle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And boom. Okay. That works. I need to reduce the alpha a little bit. Because it's, you know, I'd like to be able to see at least a hint of the block that's under there.
Yeah, a little intense.
So if we remove like these, right, and then smack it again, you'll see, hey, we've got things and stuff that need to go there. And if we put something there, let's say that's not valid, and we smack it again, it's still going to highlight because it's the wrong thingy. So then we go put the right thingy in there, and we highlight it again, and that goes away. Okay, so, and where did those bricks go? There we go. And then validate. Boom. Okay. Whew. And let's check, you know, I just want to check because, you know, this block right there, that is the actual block. This is the core. That's the controller. This is a dummy block. This is the core. So if I go to break this, it just like if you would have broken a dummy block, it resets it. It doesn't actually break it yet, but it does reset it. Now, this will probably crash. Nope. Okay, good. Let's put the core back. And put this back, and boom. Because the interaction block, what it does is it looks for a core block, right? It's like, hey, where I need to find a core block, and so it spiders around all the blocks, and it's like, I didn't find a core block, right? So where is it? It doesn't search air. It doesn't search air because there's an endless amount of air around me. You could go thousands and thousands of blocks away and still not find a core. So it only spiders blocks, and it's only spidering blocks that aren't like dirt and grass and soil and sand and gravel, and it's not looking at like natural blocks. It's not going to look at stone. So there are some limitations to it because, again, I don't want it, if you place this on a stone floor in a cave, I don't want it spidering the entire world to try to find the core. That would be bad. It wouldn't because I have a limit on it, but anyway. Okay, so that is good to go. That works. Let's tweak the alpha a little bit. Let's go maybe 180. Like that. And just see, you know, we can test it again to see what's up. Okay. Break, build core bug. Okay, we fixed that. GUI distance. GUI would be under GUI, not there. GUI, creosote oven. I can't remember if it's in here or if it's in somewhere else. It might be progress draw. Update? No. GUI closed. Try close. Where is the distance thing? I can't remember. where that is. So if it's not in there, we have to look at the block entity of the creosote oven. Where would that be? I can't remember specifically where the distance calculation is. Why is this? Hides inherited member. Hides the inherited member. Oh, did I? Electric container BE. I already have one in here. Okay. I don't need this. Although getting rid of it might be a problem. Let's just comment that out. Because the electric container does it. So where is where would that be? Client dialog.update. Okay, where do we initialize? Okay. This is GUI. Client dialog update. Client dialog is not in recipe stuff. Dialog title. Nope. So the initialize is able to initialize the inventory. On SimTick. Client update delay. Yeah, it's toggle inventory dialog. Client dialog, new inventory dialog. Update. It has to be it has to be something inside the GUI. It just has to be. Because I'm passing this, right? I'm passing the entity into the GUI, right? As well as the position for it. So the GUI has to actually figure out where everything is, where the player is, in some way. So GUI dialog block entity is the parent class. So doing this, GUI dialog block entity. Okay. GUI dialog block entity inventory is GUI dialog block entity, which is an abstract class. That's the whole point. Um, what controls where or how far a player can be close. All right. What actually gets the on render GUI? Okay. But I don't know if there is GUI dialog generic. Let's look at that. Focus element is in range of block. Okay. Checks if the player is in range of the block. Excellent. Which is it's a virtual call, which means we can override it. Block position, block entity position. So this, if we analyze, minimize this, it's overridden by, it's not overridden by anything. So distance is 99, which, what? Boxes, get block entity, get selection boxes. At this position, get the selection boxes. Boxes, I don't know. Boxes.length, UI box, player I. Okay. Distance equals minimum distance. Box.toDouble.translate. Distance is less than or equal to picking range. So the player range of, oh, look at the blocks. Are you kidding me? BLOX. Who in the world? God. Range of selectable blocks. Really? You're gonna... God. So whatever the picking range is, this is how far away you can be from something. So this is a virtual. Block position is in range of block. So this is in the GUI. So this is an overridable in the GUI. Is in range of block. Okay. So this, I'm gonna radically simplify this calculation. I don't know why they have to do this, but this is going to be important because the larger the multi-block, the bigger this distance has to be, right? Otherwise, the UI would just close. You imagine a 9x9 multi-block, right? Huge multi-block. You wouldn't even be able to open the UI if that was the case, right? So, block entity position. So the block entity position is the position. Where are the player's eye? This dot cappy. Okay, so vector 3D player equals cappy dot world dot player dot entity. No. Entity dot position. I don't think I need dot x y z. I don't care about selection boxes. I really don't. It's just raw distance that I care about. Player identity position dot add local eye position. I don't care even where the eyes are. We're not going to be that's a vector 3D. Good. So distance vector 3i cuboid box box that to double dot translate. This is the weirdest. Like, why is there such a huge amount of code in there? All you need to do is just how far away are you from the block entity? So there's the player position. Dot copy. Block position. Oh, it's an entity position. Dot as block position. Dot copy. Okay. So then we do float distance equals player dot distance to block entity position. And then if distance is greater than, I don't know, 4, return false, return true. Distance is less than or equal to picking range plus 5. So, yeah, this is true if. And we could say if distance is greater than. Yeah, if we want to do cappy.world.player.world data dot picking range plus 2. It's a float. Yeah. Because it's like, you take the 0.5, which is like a little bit, that would make it the actual range that you can select a block plus a half a block after that. So if we really wanted to, like, yeah, 2 is good. Let's maybe do 2.5. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, let's see if this does a thing. And this would scratch off the last of the issues that we have. Okay, well, the highlights are there. And they're a little more transparent because I can see, roughly the texture behind them. So I like that. So that is good. And then that, and that, and that. And then pop. Okay. And then open. So you can get, there's the picking range. You can see the picking range is right there. And that's damn near perfect. So now we're not flashy anymore. As soon as you can select a block, you can open the GUI, and there's even a little bit of thing there. Okay, so that works. Good to go. And hopefully that's the last time I have to eat in this damn world because I'm tired of eating. Okay, so there is one bug that was reported. Well, there's been more than one bug that was reported. But there's one that somebody claims there's a crash bug. So crash bugs are obviously higher priority to me than, hey, I click this button and it doesn't do anything or whatever. Okay, issues, crash on the item filter. All right. Game crashes if you take the item filter, enable blacklist mode, add the item to the list, save, put it in the item pipe, and then try to open it. Okay, that's again, a very convoluted edge case scenario, right? So I think I have, upgrade. I need an upgrade that allows filters. Do I have an upgrade? I have filter false, so iron upgrade doesn't do it. Brass. Filter false. Damn it. Do I have an upgrade that allows filters? Filter. So copper. No. There's one that's copper nickel. Yeah, there it is. Give item. Vent engineering. VE pipe upgrade dash Cooper nickel. Cupron nickel? I don't know how to pronounce that. This is not an alloy that I usually work with. Okay, so there's the upgrade that unlocks the filter. So now let's look at the filter. I may or may not have one of these in my inventory. There's a lot of things that I have in my inventory. I do a lot of testing with this. I don't have a filter. Okay, so filter is give item vent engineering VE pipe filter. Okay, so let's just check this. We want this to be a blacklist, and let's set oak. Okay, and then add oak locks. And then save. And then insert. Okay, and then open. Not crashing. Let's actually put oak in there. Do I have any oak? I should have some oak. I do have some oak. Wink. And then open. Take the item filter, enable blacklist mode, add the item to the list, save it, put it in the item pipe, and then try to open it. Oh, shit! He missed a step. Right? Take it out of the pipe, put it back in your inventory, and then try to open the filter. I thought he meant, try to open the extraction node. Okay, what the hell happened? Error while rendering item in slot. Well, that's a weird error. And it didn't even bomb into my code, so it wasn't any of my code that actually crashed. Do. Okay, no raw. Okay, and then render item stack to GUI. Okay, so pipe filter GUI element. Cappy dot render. Can I move that out, please? Dot size. Dummy slot is null. This is null. Why is this null? Where am I creating this dummy slot? Cappy, DT, blah, 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 cell width. So where's this dummy slot coming from? Excuse me? Is it? Okay, so it's part of the... Oh, I hate rendering stuff. So what is it losing track of? You add the item to the list. Is it not refreshing the list? Is it not refreshing the slot? Like, what is it not doing here? Pipe filter GUI element. Pipe filter. It has been a long time since I've looked at this stuff. So this is the line item in the UI. So this is an element, right? Pipe filter GUI element. This is an element. So how is it? Let me look at. Let me pivot here. Close all the things. Now that we're on to actually trying to fix a bug, because I would like to fix this. This is definitely, very important to fix. This would be under transport. GUI pipe filter. Not the GUI. It would be the item. Yeah. Item pipe filter. On held interact. See, it's been so long since I've done this code that I don't remember how the filter itself is saved. Like what data is saved with that. Toggle filter GUI. Try open. GUI. Filter GUI. Uncreate dialog. Create filter dialog. Item pipe filter. 66. It's down here. New GUI pipe filter. Filter GUI. Okay. Filter items. How am I saving? There's some. This filter is one of the most complex things in the mod. This thing is. It's a nasty, nasty thing of just crazy amount of logic and stuff. So I'm just trying to get up to speed with what it's actually doing. Okay, save. So it's saving it in attributes. Filter item is the item stack. It's the attributes. Okay. So if we are opening the GUI on held interact start, we're newing the GUI somewhere in this call here. When we're trying to open that GUI, right? We knew it, we return it, and this is toggling it's toggling the GUI, right? It's actually triggering it, which creates the dialog, which runs this code. And then we try to open the GUI, right? Try open. Which should that should initialize all the values. So the try open is just, I'm not overriding that, so it's the base game. So it's just trying to initialize all the GUI stuff, which should come in here and adds add vertical scroll bar. Okay. I'm so glad I labeled all of these because, oh my god. Save loaded filter settings. So we have an inset, we have a clip setting, and we have a flat list, filter items list. This thing here is the filtered items. It's a list of flat list items. Okay. Which we should be initializing right? Filter items. Where are we setting that? On render set search. Where are we setting that value? Filter items. We're adding them, right? New filter. So we're adding that value. Save button. So all the filter items. Filter item and attributes. So it essentially, this just deletes, I think. No. Oh, this says if there's nothing in there. If our filter items are null, which means we've removed the filters and there's nothing in there, and we hit save, it says, hey, there are no filter items, but the filter actually has attributes, right? It has that attribute of filters, which means we have previously set filters and we deleted them. This literally just eliminates the filters altogether. Otherwise, if that condition isn't true, we come down here and we just redo the filters, right? We don't care what the attribute is before, we just reset it to the new one. So we just make a tree array. It's just a JSON tag, and then we close and do that. So populate filter item list is called from 54. Okay. Has attribute filters. Tree item array, blah. For each item, filter items.add, GUI filter element, pipe GUI filter element. This is probably what's triggering that. As soon as it tries to render one of these, is block get string code. Am I mismapping when I save? Code is block. Code is block. Okay. So let's do an F9 here. Because there's something happening with when I take that thing out of the pipe, because it works while it's in there, right? I set the filter and it works. It's functional, but when I remove it, it's almost like it's forgetting what it needs to do. Or it's like the code or something is scrambled. Because the attributes of that item should follow it. So if we look at the attributes, is blacklist true? Filters, code, game, that's right. Is block true? Okay. So because this is saved, what I want to do here, this is called by 54, which is the constructor of this thing, right? So we want to breakpoint here. And when we try to open this, now we're in here. Filter items, right? Has attribute filters. I don't know if this where to get like the trueness of this. If this is, there's a way to like mouse over this and see like, is this call true? I don't know. But we should go in there. Okay, so this should get us the actual attributes, the tree attributes of that. Keys, code is block, and then there's the code and there's the block. So that's good. Wait. TAA keys, code is block. So TAA value entry, we have code and is block. Code and is block. Good. Entry dot get string code. So if we F11 code there's the code. Is block is true. Game log placed oak up down. Good. Code is set. Wildcard is false. Is block. Ooh. Is block is true. I didn't set his block. Is block equals is block. Hot reload. I don't, this will probably still, yeah, this will probably do this. Again, the line of code I was on was after the code that I changed, right? I just missed setting that is block value for the actual item thing. You know, I was passing in the item, but I wasn't setting that variable. So that is that kind of bug is just one of those like easily bugs that slips through the cracks, right? I can probably hit F5 here, and yeah, there it is. I just wasn't initializing that variable, and it wasn't looking at blocks, and it was a block. So this is like the thing. You have a bug where, for one, you have listed a block in there, and then you try to open the GUI again, and it's not initialized as a block. It's just defaulted. It's just defaulted to items, and when you try to sort or look at this now, the blacklist thing, that shouldn't matter. That should not have mattered at all, right? Let's do that and that. And now if we look at this, you can see is blacklist equals false, right? So going in here, we can put that in, and now we got some charcoal because reasons. And then go in here and just grab, I don't know, where did the oak go? Didn't I have a bunch on me? There it is. Like, put that in there, and boom. And because the Cooper nickel, right, the upgrade actually can move 64 at a time, it moves the whole chunk in there. And this should give us 9 charcoal, as well as some gubbins. Yep. And now if we put the Kapok logs in there,
That sounded Klingon.
it does, doesn't it? Kapok. Maybe not as many. Let's because it takes a while. It does the whole stack at once, right? So the crafting time is variable to that. Now there's probably a way to cheese it once it's like right near, and you put, oh no, it actually resets it. Excellent. I'm really glad about that. I have no idea how it does it. I don't even remember doing that, but it bases a crafting time on the, and there we go. But we still got 50 charcoal was right, because if it's not oak and not pine, we get 2 charcoal. But if it is, we only get 1. So that worked. Now, this probably, yeah, this is not going to run because there's the wrong thing inside, the wrong fuel. Or the wrong fluid, I should say. Because yeah, we have coal tar creosote in there, wood tar creosote in there, and so it's like the game is just like, I don't think so. Okay, so that is done. That bug is fixed. Very happy about that. Any other catastrophes? That one's fixed. That one I've fixed 4 or 5 times. The whole geyser thing is just like, God, people are just... There's literally nothing in the world. There's so little to explore. I thought, hey, having little oil geysers once in a while would be something fun to see. But no, it's like, I see 4 of those on my mini map. It's too many. It's like, fuck me. Like, really? There's nothing else around. It's barren landscape as far as the eye can see, and you have 2 geysers, and that's going to bother you? That's an eyesore? I'm sorry, but I have bigger problems. The fluid one I fixed. Number keys, I have no idea what that means. Like, using number keys to put stuff into machines, I causes items to disappear temporarily. I have no idea. What? They've never responded with more information. And creosote oven doesn't connect to fluid pipes properly. That is definitely fixed. Okay. So now I want, well, let's see. Did I go here? Mod 05. What was the previous released version? I think it was 4.9. I think. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we want to do. I'm going to use this. BEMB creosote oven -* colon creosote oven multiblock. Oh, come on. Description. Okay. Creosote oven is a multi-block MB structure. Let's slow down. STRUCTURE structure. That can create wood, tar, creosote from oak and pine logs and charcoal from all other wood logs. I can't remember what what is the new line? BR, yeah. So it's like pseudo HTML. I really wish the handbook got a massive update and overhaul. It is really painful to work with. Extremely painful to work with. Because everything is on one line. So if you look at like the guides that I've written, there's 5 guides for the mod, right? You can go through the guides. That entire block of text is on one damn line. It's all on one long ass line, and it's It's just not how my brain works. I like formatting the text, right? And there's no way to like inject images or anything like that I know of. There might be a way. It's not really a documented feature. But yeah, the handbook is as handy as it is. It really needs some TLC. For one, it needs hooks in there so other mods can just add stuff to it without having to do harmony patches. That would be exceptionally handy. So, like, there needs to be, like, some event hook of on display handbook entry with some relevant information that mods can hook into, and if the mod hooks into it and the event is called and you see it and you're passed in, like, what item are they looking at, what code are they looking at, I could inject some, some text or some data onto that display to actually do something with it. Like, it would make sense to be able to do that. But right now, if you have a mod that adds stuff to the handbook on existing items, right, for items that are already in the game, like metal plates and so blah, 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 you have to do harmony code injections into the base game to actually get that stuff to work. It's just annoying. Okay. So Creosote Oven is a multi-block structure that can create wood carved creosote from oak, pine, logs, and charcoal from all other types of wood. Wait. That can create wood tar creosote from oak and pine logs and charcoal from all other wood logs, as well as coal tar creosote from all coal variants. BR. To build, craft, and place. Well, let's go back here. Incomplete star. Creosote oven core. Oh, I hate why when most other things why are the dashes treated as one word for VS Code? I don't understand. When you have hyphens in between words, it treats it as one word. So when you do control arrow to skip a word, it skips the whole thing instead of just the hyphenated stuff. Right? I don't know if there's a way to change that. So block VEMB creosote oven dash incomplete dash star is the creosote oven core. Creosote oven dash built is the actual creosote oven itself. Well, I don't think I need to specify MB. It's going to be obvious it's an MB. As well as coal tar creosote from all coal variants. To build, craft and place the core creosote oven core, then build the component. The loose. What is it? Yeah, she's right on time. 5 o'clock, everybody. I don't know how she does it. She was asleep in the bedroom. How does she know she's asleep in the bedroom? How does she know it's 5 o'clock? Like, what? How? How do you know that? The time of day, like the sun, it's not the sun position, because the sun position at July is different than the sun position in January. So how does she know it's 5 o'clock? I have no idea. I really wish I did. Science needs to study this. How does my cat know it's 5 o'clock? How? And it doesn't take her long when we have a time change. It doesn't take her long to adjust. Maybe 1 or 2 days. And she adjusts to 5 o'clock. Like, I don't know how she does it. Usually it's the time when I get up to go eat. But again, she doesn't know that. She doesn't know what time that is. So it's just bizarre. Anyway, it's a mystery. Anyway, maybe we'll know when we can finally talk to cats. To build, craft and place the creosote oven core, then right click core with wrench to start to show what would be schematic? No. Pattern to show missing blocks. These blocks are color coded. Color coded by type, outlined below. Okay. Let's open back up. La 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 la. Block types, multi-block, creosote oven. I'm going to move this over to here. And we need so what was that green and blue? I mean, it was mostly blue, wasn't it? There was a little bit of green in there. That's I can't remember. Let's see. I put a green, the green value is 140, 255. Because before I like label it cyan, and the colors, like this is a bridge fix basically. I mean light blue. I could say light blue. It's weird though. It's like Okay. And then that is definitely yellow. That is green. Okay, so let's open this back up. Again, this is what I hate. I hate the fact that it's all on one line and it's just ugly and gross. It's just gross. There's the handbook. Here's the guides, by the way. So text, Vintage Engineering Guide Pipes text. Go in here. Can't remember where is that. It can't be in here because there we go. Now we're cooking. Where is that text at? There we go. Now we're talking. Yeah, here are the guides. All on one line. Why does that suck so bad? It's just so ugly. Okay, so we have here And we have this, craft and place this. Creosote oven core would be block, vintage engineering, VEMB creosote oven incomplete north. Right? VEMB creosote oven dash incomplete dash north. Because north, it's just right. It's just what it is. You don't need separate entries for all of the different directions because it's the same block. So the actual item, the creosote oven itself, the handbook restrictions of this actually specify here, right? Exclude by type. Incomplete north is false, right? The actual block, which is the built version, doesn't need a handbook entry because it is the handbook entry, right? Block description, VE is just star, whatever it is. This is the description of it. So, light blue is the brick Yeah, I get it. It's time. It's time. You couldn't sleep on the bed for another, 40 minutes? You couldn't just chill? Let me copy this code. Block dash game colon. Yeah. I don't know. Is there a way to insert a? Is there a way to insert a picture into this? I don't know. I don't know. Somebody out there knows. Let me know. How can I actually put the block there? I know what the code is. Yeah, let's do this song and dance over and over. She gets in my lap. She goes up on my leg. She turns around this way. She stays there. Then she turns back around, and then she lays down. This is a pattern every single time. And here she goes again. Rotate it around, and then lay down. It's just, she's the most predictable animal I've ever seen. Okay. And the purrs are aggressive and very adorable. Okay, now we have, how do you... Can maybe somebody look up how to add icons to the handbook? How do you add icons to the handbook?
Icons to the handbook?
Yeah. There's got to be a thing that you can use in the handbook that's instead of a link that you can click, that it's actually an image. Let me peek at recipe. Recipe system.
Oh, we have somebody new in chat. You won't be able to talk in the stream chat.
Yeah, you won't be able to talk.
You can post in the chat window though.
Yeah, but I can't see that.
Yeah, I know. I'll relay it.
Okay.
If he does.
Best to just type in the stream
Yes, typing in stream would be better.
Let's see. Recipe loader, registry system. Okay. Result output. Result. Get ingredients for output. Ingredient. Open detail page 4. Clear floating text. Created by. Clear floating text. Slideshow item stack. Yeah, see, I don't think. Damn it. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do it outside of code. Yeah, because this is a slideshow item stack text component. There's no like. This is one of those rabbit hole type things that I always run into. Like, how can we do this if there's a way? Only if there's a way. There might not be a way. Render interactive elements. Where is the like constructor for this? Like a bridge would be like when you're parsing the handbook text, if you run into a custom tag, right, with a code in it, that's all you need, like custom tag and code. Everything else can be default. I don't care, but no, that's not what it is. Like, used by, add allied, add created by info. What is this? Case 9. What kind of switch statement are we in? Name.length. Attributes A I
Okay, that guy logged out of chat now.
code. Clear. What do we name? HS strong. Item stack. Name equals item stack. Name equals item stack. Name does not equal switch name. Name.link tag token. What is name? Name of this tag.
Well, I've been searching, but I haven't been able to find anything.
Name.tag. I mean, it looks like it's possible, but it's like item stack. It looks like there's an item stack tag. I'm just randomly curious. Let's actually item stack code. Code. Type equals block. I don't know how specifically the code has to work. Let's see. Code. Outcodes. Okay. I just want to see if this works. This would be crazy if this worked. I mean, this could either crash horribly or actually work or not do anything. Those are the three options. Those are always the three options. Is my little lap goblin going to be good luck or bad luck? Oh my god, it's actually like a thing. It's a tiny thing, but it actually fucking worked.
Nice.
It's maybe a little too small. I want it to be like this big, not that big. That actually fucking worked. That's insane. There's actually a way to do it. Am I the first person on Earth to actually use this feature? Let's look at, is there a way to make it maybe a little bigger? Float type inline, that's not it. Size. Our size. What was that? What are you doing? Want a treat? I had to give her some treats. This is why she was bothering me, because 5 o'clock was treat time. And when I don't give her treats, she tends to wreck the fucking house. And so she's like tipping shit over because she didn't get what she wanted. So now she's like, anyway. Okay, size multiplier. R size. So we can do an R size tag out. Try get value. So to float. So size multiplier times equals. So if we do like, we can try R size R size equals 0, or let's do like 1.5. Oh, 1.5. Yeah, health with cow. Yeah, a cat is just crazy. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Light blue is that block. This is crazy. I like in my wildest dreams didn't think this was possible. Okay, and then we want item IO, which is 2, which is green. So green is this. Okay. Paste. Oop. Copy this. Paste. And then we want 3, which is red. I just know that this is red, which is this block. Okay. Then copy. We don't need the core, right? The core, you'll never see the core's highlight color, which is why I just left it white. The fluid is 5, which is red and green. It's yellow. Oh, and I really hate when I do that. Click on the wrong line and it's like, oh, you want to go all the way back to the beginning. No, I want that yellow, which is no, see again, I want just the word multi-block IO fluid. And then these are sided. I have to remember that. These are sided. The IOs are sided. So we need to set these multi-block IO item north, interaction north, and fluid north. Because if we actually look at multi-block dummy blocks, you can see there's a sidedness to it. And there's a reason there's a sidedness to it. Because when all of the down the road, when I do the collision and selection box shenanigans with all of the different like boxes, they're going to be defined with the default north, right? That's how you're going to structure everything. And then the sidedness, you're going to rotate it. And that collision and selection box will then rotate to match that. So the whole thing rotates based on the direction you're facing. It's a devilishly complex system. And I am going to also add casting to this IO. And if anybody like if anybody reaches out and say, "Hey, can you add XYZ to this?" Right? Whether it's wires, whatever, if you don't want to run like JSON patches to try to add variants to this, just let me know and I'll add variants. Like I just added a bunch that like I can understand this might be a way to interact with this. But yeah, these are just the dummy blocks. We need a casting IO for specifically that kind of like casting. You could say this is just hot fluid, right? It's just hot fluid, something that insulated. So there's other things you could do in here. Gas, this would be a pressure thing. Mechanical would be, if you have mechanical power going into a multi-block. Interaction is the very special type. And that's where we have a entity class for interaction. I don't know. VB, MB dummy, entity class, VB, MB dummy. I thought. I could have sworn I set this. No, this is the dummy block. Never mind. This is the dummy block. This is not. This is not the same. So, anyway, casting. We'll just pop that in there, and I can just add like whatever. So if you have a wire type that you want me to add, if you've got pipe types, if you wanted me to change the enums to make sure that we cover all the bases, I don't mind doing any of that. Okay, so theoretically, we should be able to do this. Now, it'd be cool to be able to set this text to a color. Can we colorize? Can we just colorize text just flat? H strong. I don't see color. New color. Here we go. Code. No, that's code. Name equals code. C F I. What? I don't understand. I just want to colorize inline. I just want to colorize the text. That's all I want to do. HTML. Font. I'm not. I don't care about the font. Code clear. This is such a convoluted way of doing things. Case 6, right? The switch is on the name of the tag. So case 6 is the length of the tag, which is 6 characters. But then you're looking at the first character, name of 0, which is the very first character, and if it's not equal to H, right? So if it's not equal to H, it means it's equal to H, and then you're checking if it's hotkey. Well, hotkey obviously is 6 characters. And then you're going to IL. Why? These go-tos? Really? Go-to? Last time I used a go-to was in BASIC in like 95. Last time I used a go-to in a label. That's either a decompilation shenanigans, or there's some weird inline function that is actually set there. But so if it's not an H, strong, if it's not an H and not an S and not equal to strong, which again is 6 characters, this is the weirdest code. Like, what is going on here? Wouldn't it make more sense just to... What is the tag? Is it item stack? Is it strong? Is it blah? Like, why have all of these weird go-tos? Like, what is at that function? Default go... Okay, where... There it is. I don't see a... I mean, I see a font thing. I don't see a lot of things dealing with color. So I'm just going to chalk that up to maybe it possibly doesn't work. Okay. Let's see what this looks like in the game. And I'm going long today. Like, I got nothing else to do. I'm not sure how else to prove that I'm capable of coding stuff like this without actually doing it. So, you know, maybe Simon dipped in and said, "Hey, what's he working on?" Like, I don't fucking care. Like, the VS API I've been working with for like 4 or 5 years now. So it's like I'm just very familiar with the API. Okay, so this why this worked, this didn't. This didn't. And the size didn't look like it really did much there either. So, and I'm pretty sure there's a command to like reload reload the handbook stuff, so you don't have to keep bombing going back and forth. So why did it not see? Am I? Oh, let's see. VE Multiblock IO. Did I misspell something? Multiblock IO. I mean, I copied and pasted it directly. VE Multiblock IO. Let's change the R size to 2. Type block. Type block. They're all blocks. Okay. VE Multiblock IO. Oh! These don't have sidedness. Right. The dummies do. The dummy blocks have to. But the dummy version of it, the dummy copy of it, inherits the rotation of the parent of the core, right? So whatever orientation the core is in, the dummy versions, when they get converted, the dummy versions get that rotation. But the actual building blocks themselves do not have that. Do not have the rotation, because doesn't matter when you're placing these blocks, they're blocks, right? I don't want it to matter. I don't want it to matter which direction you place these blocks. Can I get back to an object? I don't want to click on the wrong thing. In the pipe filters, I don't want to click on the wrong thing and then be like, what did I break? Okay, so the problem is the icon is bigger, but it's not giving me more space on the line. Why? Why for art thou are you not giving me light blue is that, green is that, red is that, yellow is that? But why can't you space those out? Now is there something I can wrap that in to give me more padding? Maybe? I mean, it's still not big enough. This is like... This is a miniature version of it. Why can't you fit it in the box? I don't understand. Code. Float type. Float. Enum float. Inline. None inline left right. Okay. Code type. These are the item types. You can split them by pipe, right? You can add pipes to do multiple, and then it'll rotate them. Size. That's our size. GUI scale, float type. Size divided. Okay. Render size. Vertical line, bounds. I'm just seeing if there's offset X, offset Y. I don't want to... That's not what I want to do. Yeah, and then it adds. So how do I increase the padding? Font. Icon. Icon name. Path. Icon component. Is there a... Where? Let's see. Analyze. Used by font icon name. Rich textify. This is literally the place that it's used. Font stack. I mean, maybe an icon would be the better thing, but wait, what? New path. I don't understand why this is not working. Like, why this can't give me some padding here. Give me some padding. Like this is rendering nice in here. Yeah. Code. What is code? Well, looks like. I mean, looks like code. You could use to set the color of something. Maybe? Code. Well, where are these coming from? Well, I don't see. I don't see anything there. Enum float. Inline. Slideshow. Stack set to array. Cappy. Item stacks. Unscaled size. Float type. Unstacked click. What happens if I click? Nothing. Okay. Stack component, blah, 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 offset X. Offset X. What do these do? That too. Changes the scale. I mean, we can try to use those tags. Off X and off Y. So let's see what happens. Let's go back to the first one. Like, I have no idea what this is going to do. I can't visualize it, right? This is why, like, the rendering side of things are just... If I can visualize, if I can look at the code and I can visualize what it's doing, then I can use it without any problem. But if I look at code and I'm like, what does this do? How does this change anything? Then I have no idea how to manipulate it and figure out what it does. So it's just one of those like, well, this does something. I don't know what it does, but it does something. Didn't look like it did anything. Because, yeah, the next line is just as squished as the previous one. I mean, what happens if we put an extreme value in there? Is there like a reload handbook help? There's got to be a way to reload the handbook entries. Maybe reload or something.
I'll see if I can find a command.
There's got to be a way to do it. Group. VE debug help. Oh, those are mine. Jesus, I'm just. Those are my commands. Op, player, role, server config, set ambient, like waypoint. I know there's a way to do it. Like, there's got to be. Okay. So what happens, what I wanted to test is what happens if we put like larger values in here. Right? What does that do? If we just go nutso with it. There's a page on the wiki that's like helpful debug commands or something like that it just runs you through like all these debug commands that are helpful while you're trying to debug something. And I could have sworn one of those was
Reload handbook. Let me know if that one doesn't work.
Which one? Did you type it somewhere? I didn't hear what you said. You were either cut off or didn't all come through. So you're gonna have to type it somewhere because
yeah, I'll post it.
Okay, so that just didn't work. So dot reload handbook. Okay. So let's close that. Let's go back.
I instinctively put a space in there, but it shouldn't.
Let's try it. Dot reload handbook. Dot reload help. Dot help reload. Dot dev reload handbook. Only fuck me sideways. Only available in creative mode.
Oh, jeez.
God. Damn. Dot dev reload handbook.
I think the first time you put a space between reload and handbook, it's one word. I meant to do that the first time.
Well, since I'm in creative mode, see, I was avoiding going into creative mode. Because it's a freaking nightmare.
Right.
So reload. So dot reload asset category would be handbook. No such asset category found.
Huh. The source I found was just dot reload handbook with, all together, no spaces. There was no dev in front of it or anything.
Dot reload. Jesus. Load handbook. No such command exists. No.
Really?
Nope.
So weird. I'm gonna see if I can find that page again.
How is handbook not a category?
Right?
Why am I hungry again? Please tell me. Reload. Yeah. Why is why is that? Oh man. Why is handbook no such category? Is it a capital H? Nope.
Huh, okay. Yeah, Tyrone even posted a, dot 1.13 that he added a dot reload space handbook, which contradicts the one I found. What the hell?
Jesus. Asset category.
Found another possible one. I'll post it in there.
Lang? It might be
Chat.
Lang. Yes. It's Lang.
Really?
Yeah. Language files. That's what they are. So that's right here. Lang.
Okay. I'm guessing the ones I was finding were out of date. He probably tried to tackle it from a few different directions over the years.
So the biggest issue for me is this. They're so small. They're so tiny. Like you have to mouse over it and to see what it is. Now I could possibly add more breaks in there. So let's get cheeky with it. We're going to do 4 and then do a BR before and after. Okay. So that's not what I wanted. Like how does the game display this? Right? What is the element that displays this? That's what I need. Like whatever settings this uses, that's what I need. Okay. So maybe instead of 4, we do 2. Offset Y 1.5. Jesus. E. H. Yeah, and the entire icon is not mouse overable. So where does this come from? Where does this image? Because it uses it down here as well. Drops when broken, right? So the handbook is one of these like insane things that just handbook. This is a rabbit hole, by the way, that I really don't want to get into today. I want to see GUI survival. Is there a like page? Gen tabs, init page. I just want to see if there is a GUI handbook text page. Okay, compose. Rich text. Like, what would be helpful is if I could find the GUI like the element like whatever this page is, right? This page is something. And if we go back to the recipe system, this is injecting add recipes to handbook. What object is this injecting into? That's some API, yeah, okay. Components. Patches, collectively. What object are we patching, though? Come on, Harmony. Tell me what. Harmony patch. Collectible behavior, handbook, text, and extra info. Jesus. That is an object name and a half. That looks like the page. Collectible behavior, handbook, text, and extra info. That is the longest class name I think I've ever seen in this game. Oh, it looks like there's a bigger one. Collectible behavior, boatable generic typed container. It's a little bit longer than this one. So Add subheading, blah, 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 blah. Where is the, like, unloaded? Where is the generator for this? I'm never going to unpack this. This is the most insane system. Like, I would never have built a system as complex as this. I just wouldn't. It's so immensely complex. So I think we're just going to have to resign to just doing normal size and maybe hope that somebody maybe fixes it. You know, if enough people want it fixed, usually it's fixed. Okay. I guarantee you I am going to get people saying these icons are too small. 100% across the board, it's going to happen. So just know that I'm aware that they're too small. And there's nothing I can do about it. You're gonna have to just make do. Well, let's keep the BRBR at the start, but not at the second. We can remove this one. Now there might be that icon tag. That icon tag might be working, right? The icon tag might work, and we can even test that. We could do like BR. I'm gonna grab this whole thing. We're gonna paste it right on the end. And instead of item stack, we're just going to do icon. Right? But I need to find my way back to where that was. Nope. 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 There it is. Okay. Icon, which is up further because it should be under the 4 code. Wait. No, it's icon. 4 name equals icon. Icon name. Name. But I don't know what icon name does. Icon path. Icon component. Open a new path or a new tab. So, okay, this is actually looking for an image. Interesting. I didn't even know you could do that. So you can inject images into this. You just have to use the icon thing. How does it know how big it is? Icon name, icon path, size. I don't even know how it is it. Oh, it's trying to draw an SVG? Huh. Yeah. Okay. So what it's not an image. It's looking for an SVG. Okay, so that's definitely not what we want. So I don't know. Again, I don't know if there is a way to do it. Go what? I gotta look at that thing again. Contains key. Tag converters. Contains key. Interesting. You can define your own tag converters and define your own tags. Huh. That might be something to investigate. However, I am not going to do that today, unfortunately. So that will, somebody's going to have to submit a change or pull request or something and be like, hey, this is actually doing what you want. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that data was in here. That took way too long. So what I want to do is just quickly, very quickly, redefine the actual shape of the multi-block really quick. Create a soda oven. Right? So essentially what I want to do is this is going to be the south face. This right here. This image. So square, I think, is items, right? Don't I have a blue one of these? Engineer block. Create a soda oven. Yeah, see, that's connection fluid. Okay. So I guess this image is going to be blue. And then going back up to here. This image is going to be blue, yellow, or orange for output. Apply. This image will just be a random image. This image will also be an alternate. Okay. South. Oh. I want north. This image is the output, glued out. This image is nothing. Okay. West. In. Fortunately. Again, this is not my expertise doing this stuff. I would welcome help making this look pretty. Right? All I'm trying to do is make it so it's like consistent and actually matches with things and tells you like, hey, this is where a connection happens. That's what's important to me right now, is this can broadcast what this is for. And we could have a custom texture for like fuel, like a little flame icon around the port. You could have, there could be some other indication, right? I don't want to be locked into a thing. I do want consistency. So if somebody wants, or somebody is interested in helping the mod get prettier, we can work together on overall archetype, like design standards, and we can work on that and have something that we can actually do. But for now, for this single instance, we need something. Ideally, we would have like the IO block texture, right? If we go to textures, block, multi-blocks, you can see I've actually got a bunch in here ready to go. But I mean, these are just like, it's just a texture pack, and I was like, I need something, right? These are the IO blocks. I needed something. And again, all of this stuff could be redesigned. All of this stuff could be changed. I'm not married to it. It's just this is just something that something I needed. So I think all the components, yeah, light engineering, heavy engineering. So I think all of those blocks are in. Let's save this. So ugly. God, it's so ugly. There we go. Everybody is happy. The textures are all good. These, while icons are small, they're actually there, and you can mouse over them and see what the block is. And then when you right click this, you get the actual thing that it needs to be, right? Green is a multi-block IO items. And the last element, again, this is true almost universally. The last thing that I do, right, is the recipe for all of this stuff. Missing mapping or texture code null. Oh, it's the shape, yeah. There's a weird texture code. For some reason, there's a texture code null in there. I don't know why. So, save and leave. Quit. We need to nip that. Let's go block, LV, creosote oven, Visual Studio Code. You can see face is null. North. You'd think that it would see null and be like, oh, that's null. Let's not connect. Let's not do anything with it. I don't know. I don't understand what it's trying to map to. Does the game have like an empty texture reference thing? Like what? Texture null. Like what face is that? North. Or is it root? It is. Okay. Weird. Face. North. East. Oh, these are all disabled. West. Up. Down. Yeah, all of these faces are disabled. Why is it throwing errors? Or maybe there's another one in here that isn't. Aha. North. Can I please get this? There we go. North. East. South. West. Up. Down. Oh my god. I really wish there was like a way to disable all faces. I'm just trying to. This is just to not spam the log file, right? Every time you would form the multi-block, it would spit a bunch of errors in the log file about these faces. Every one of these null faces without a texture would throw an error. And I would get inundated with, hey, there's a bunch of errors. And it's like, yeah, they're completely useless. Okay. I'm hoping. Save. Close. There. So what I'm going to do tomorrow, I've had a doctor's appointment tomorrow, but what I'm going to do tomorrow is plug in crafting recipes for all of this stuff. And I forgot to look at something. So yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of crafting recipes for things and stuff. So that way you can actually craft and build the thing. The current creosote oven, right, where you craft and place it. So if you actually do a search for creosote, there's two. This one, I'm going to remove the crafting recipe from this. This will no longer have a recipe to make this thing. But there will be a recipe to convert this thing into this thing. You're going to be out some bricks. That's just the way life is. So, suck it up. It's a one-time thing. But there'll be a recipe to convert the base version, the old version, into the new version. So, read the stuff. Creosote oven is a multi-block structure that can create wood tar creosote from oak and pine logs and charcoal from all other wood logs, as well as coal tar creosote from all coal variants. To build, craft and place the creosote oven core, which is this thing, right? It's the same file. Then right-click core with a wrench to show missing blocks. These blocks are color-coded by type below. Okay. I'm missing a little bit of detail. Also, I want to do light. Let's do component. There we go. So these component multi-blocks, these are in here as well. So reinforced steel. Again, the textures I use, nothing is final. Please, by all means, like, throw me some new textures. Throw me whatever. Like, make it pretty. My intention right now is making it work. Okay, so I need to then edit the code here. Once the core is covered, right-click the interaction block to progress layers or validate build structure. Once the core is covered, or how about, I don't want to use too big of a words because, you know, if I use the word inaccessible, that, you know, somebody might look at that and go, what does that mean? Once the core is covered, I mean, I like inaccessible better. Inaccessible. Look it up. Right-click the interaction block to progress layers or validate the structure. My hope is, while this feature is new, right, and people are not going to be used to it. Once you are used to it and you know how it works, then it will be easy and you won't have to think about it. It'll just be like, this is how it works. You could even have the handbook up with the color codes and be building at the same time. It is possible to do that. I think. I'm pretty sure you can alt click but I don't know, like interaction. I don't know if you can place blocks in that mode, but eventually, hopefully, I want to be able to improve that system. But for now, we're just going to leave it be. Okay. All right. So the faces, yeah, these are all disabled now. These should not have any null references to null faces. Excellent. The shape is fixed. That is fixed. The last thing I need to do is plug in all of the recipes for all of the things, right? And again, those are not going to be super final. Like those will be subject to testing. But on Friday, when the public version goes out, the community is going to break it. It's guaranteed, but at the very least, I'll be happy that the feature is actually functional and working. We'll do more, but the interaction with the pipes, I can verify that works, so good to go. But that's going to do it for this stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. I hope anybody learned something. If you did learn something, please hit that like button, subscribe, and consider being a patron or a member and supporting the project, supporting the mod, or if you need one-on-one help with something, that's the best way to do that. My time, it has to be worth something. So I have to value it. That's how I value it. So anyway, I thank everybody for coming by. I hope to see everybody back here again on Saturday, where I don't know what we're going to be doing, in all honesty. Hightail, unless there's another update, which I don't even know. I haven't even started the game in the last 3 or 4 days since the stream. I don't know what the status is. What I could do, what I really want to do, is pop in and pop out a quick Graveyard Keeper mod. Because I need it. I need to make a Graveyard Keeper mod. Like, I was playing it. I've been trying to beat my time. I've been trying to speed run it, and the number one thing that is painful is blood, because right, one of the ingredients for crafting the embalming fluid requires blood. Speed potions require it, and zombie juice requires it. Right? So it's like, and the bodies that you get in, you don't get an excess of it because you need the blood that they have in order to upgrade it to max out the bodies. And so there's no excess, right? And especially with the amount that you need to use for Snake's little ritual. I mean, that's 20 blood right there. You needed 20 bodies worth of blood. So blood is, for me, the number one limiting factor in that game. I could speedrun the hell out of it if there was a way of mass producing it. And there is a single item that you can craft that will give it to you, but you need so many of them, and there's no automated way to make it because it's a failed goo, right? It's a goo that when you go to craft it with a zombie crafter or something, the recipe is not in there. So you have to manually craft it, and it's a pain in the ass. Health powder, oil, and water, I think, make blood goo. And then 4 of those you can then craft into a fluid thing, and it gives you 2 blood. So it's brutal. And I was like, come on, there's gotta be a way to And there's literally no mods that I could find that just add a recipe to turn X into Y, right? No recipe to turn X into blood. And I was like, why is that and so the number one, and I know the game is like super old, but I would love to just pop out a mod really quick for that. It would be so nice. I don't know what the internal name structures are though, so I don't know what I would call everything. But there is a mod that all that does is add like a stick recipe. And I was looking at the code for that the other day, and I was like, oh, that's a really simple, straightforward thing. But you need to know all the internal names for stuff, and there's not an easy way to get that. So anyway, that's just an idea I had. I was like, I really want that mod. I really want it, but I might just try to pop that out real quick. See if there's a way to do it. But anyway, that's going to do it for today. Thank you all again for coming by. Thanks to Oz for hanging in there and helping and doing some searches and stuff. That's very helpful. And yeah, hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.